call the Board of Administration meeting to order. And the first order of business is roll call. Mrs. Hopper, please.
Henry Jones,
Here.
Margaret Brown,
Good morning.
Rob Fechner,
Good morning.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Good morning.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Stacy Oliveris,
Here.
Nicole Griffith for Irena Ortega,
Here, but I do see Irena Ortega on.
I don't see her on the screen yet.
I'm here.
Jason, Irena Ortega.
Here. Can you see me? Okay.
Yes.
Jason Perez,
What was that?
He's here though, I see him.
Sounds like he's
Sounds like
breathing
Mickey
helium.
Ramon Rubacava,
Here.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Shonda Wesley,
Excused.
Betty Yee.
Here.
Mr. President, all is in attendance with the excuse of Shonda Wesley.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hopper. We'll now recess now into closed session for item 1 from the closed session agenda. So at this time, the board members will exit this open session meeting and connect to the closed session meeting. To the members of the public watching on the live stream, the open session Finance and Administration Committee meeting will convene immediately following this closed session. So thank you, and we will see you soon.
It's 10:05 by my clock, so I'll call the Finance and Administration Committee open session to order. And the first order of business is the roll call. Ms. Hopper, please.
David Miller,
Here.
Henry Jones,
Here.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
Stacy Oliveris, Jason Perez,
Here.
Ramon Rubicava, Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Ramon Rubicava.
Here.
Mr. Chair, I have everyone in attendance with the exception of Stacy Oliveris. I do not show that she's connected yet as of right now.
Yeah, I do not see her either. Let me see if I've got anything in the chat. No, I do not see anything. I think if we'll take a moment or two, if someone could, staff could reach out and see if we can see what's happening with Ms. Olivares, whether she's having technical problems or anything.
I see her now.
Okay, there she is.
Stacy Oliveris.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, all is in attendance.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. Okay, our first item to take up now is item number 2, approval of the April 19th, 2021 Finance and Administration Committee timed agenda. What's the pleasure of the committee?
Move
Move
approval.
approval. Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Jones. Any discussion on the matter? I'll call for the question. Ms. Hopper, would you please call the roll?
Henry Jones.
Aye.
Henry Jones.
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris.
Aye.
Jason Perez.
Aye.
Ramon Rubicava.
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have the motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by Henry Jones, with all ayes.
Okay, the ayes have it. On to item 3, the executive report, and I will call on Mr. Cohen for the executive report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, board members. Michael Cohen with the CalPERS team. I have 2 items to report this morning as part of the executive report. The first one is a reminder to those who are watching that next week, Tuesday, April 27th, we'll have our second quarterly asset liability management webinar. This, as you'll recall, is designed to keep our stakeholders up to date on what's going on with the ALM process as it heats up through the rest of the calendar year. And the second note is more unfortunate, and that one is that CalPERS filed a lawsuit on Friday against one of our former long-term employees, given that she had illegally accessed 10 dormant retiree accounts and diverted funds from those accounts. These dormant accounts represent a very small portion of the overall portfolio of CalPERS member accounts, but we will make all of the accounts whole. And as part of our investigation, we are conducting a forensic audit. We have added additional security protocols to lock those dormant accounts down as this investigation continues. This employee is no longer here. And as I mentioned, we did file the lawsuit in an effort to recover all of the stolen funds. We are working with law enforcement, and we have sent notification to all of our team members, stakeholders, and so forth in the last few minutes. There's additional information that I would point anyone who's interested to on our website, including a copy of that lawsuit. And so with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Cohen at this point? Seeing none, we'll move on to action consent items. And I do have a request to pull action consent item 4B. So this will be for A, C, and D. So what's the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval.
Moved by Ms. Taylor,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Jones. Okay, any discussion? I'll call for the question. Ms. Hopper.
Henry Jones,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris,
Aye.
Jason Perez,
Aye.
Ramon Rubicava,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by Henry Jones for items 4A, 4C, and 4D.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hopper. The ayes have it, the motion carries. And so we'll now turn back to item 4B on the action consent items, and I'll come back to Mr. Cohen to present this one.
Sure. So this one is an annual contracting perspective report to notify the board of upcoming contract amounts. If there's any questions, I'll probably need some help in pulling some folks into the meeting to answer those. But given that this was a consent item and a routine report, I don't have a prepared presentation for you.
Okay, thank you. Questions from any of the board? Okay, looks like Ms.
Oh,
Brown
wait.
has a question.
Thank you. I thought you were going to skip me.
No.
Yeah, Mr. Cohen, I have some just general questions and then a few specific ones. And so I'm looking right now at page 12, where it talks about what the perspective report includes. And a lot of these are, we talk about contracts of $1 million or more. And, you know, I'm feeling like I want to see this number lowered to $500,000 or more, especially when you look at these bullet points that say any amendments or items previously reported by the committee when the amount is increased by $1 million or more. So that means if that contract is increased by $900,000, the board doesn't see it. I just think $1 million is a pretty big threshold for us. And I'd like to see that number lowered. I don't know. I don't think it really increases the workload. It's just a few more pages in the report. And so I'd like to see that for more oversight and accountability. A lot of these we don't see. We also don't see purchase orders. I've asked at the last meeting or maybe 2 meetings ago if I could see the purchase order listing because I did want to see some of those. So can I have your comment about lowering it to 500,000?
Sure. I mean, I think if I recall correctly, and why don't we go ahead and have Dallas Stone brought into the meeting, given he oversees the contracting unit of CalPERS. But my understanding is that this report, the threshold is set by committee policy. So obviously, a committee vote to lower the threshold will happily comply with that. Yeah. But there is, I will say, from my experience on the sort of providing information for this report, it does take a fair bit of work to pull it together. It's not sort of an automated report, so it's there is some workload associated with putting it together each time. But obviously, we'll comply with the desires of the board regarding any information. And
well, let me ask you a question. We prepare this report twice a year?
That's correct.
Okay. And I assume it's a query rerun to get the dollar amounts over $1 million. It'd be the same query, except you'd lower the amount to 500,000. I don't know our systems. Maybe Dallas can tell us how easy that would be. But that's one of my asks. And then let me give you the 2 other ones so we can grab them as well. Sure. Moving to page 15, BlackRock Financial Management, Inc. And it says contract amendment to add services fees to be negotiated. And so I want to know what those services are we're getting from BlackRock. And I know you'll need to bring somebody on to answer that question. And then my next question, and this is more generic for you, Mr. Cohen, as I look on page 17, and when we talk about these new contracts, what's interesting is typically when a public agency has contracts, usually they have not to exceed 2 million, not to exceed 4 million, except when we look at the details of these contracts, I'm looking specifically at items 4 for Jeffries LLC, and then 1 and 2, Berman Tobacco and Aura Carrington. These say what they're expected to exceed. And typically when we give out a contract for services, or even things, we say what it shall not exceed. And so I'm wondering why we do it this way.
Sure, let me pass it over to Dallas, but on that specific question, I think I can answer it. Talking about the over $1 million is because it's hitting the threshold to be included in the report. But let me turn it to Dallas and also see if we can get Dan from the investment office to pop in on the BlackRock question.
Thank you, Michael. And can we also promote Justin Heeb? He's our assistant chief over our contracts and procurement area. So Ms. Brown, just to answer your question with regards to the amount of work or the work that goes into putting this agenda item together twice a year. So what we do is we reach out to each program area because again, you need prior approval before these contracts can be executed. So we reach out to each program area asking them if they have any contracts, solicitations, services that they will be trying to execute that would exceed the $1 million threshold. We collect all of those requests, we compile them in that report, and then we send it to you through the board for prior approval before those are executed. So by lowering the threshold, that would just require us again to reach out to each program area with that $500,000 threshold and asking them to provide that information, which would be added to that report. Would it add additional workload? It would most likely turn into additional items being placed on that report, but the process would remain the same.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you want to answer the other part of the question? Michael, did you want him, sorry, Mr. Cohen, did you want him to answer the other part of the question as to why the contracts say exceed 2 million as opposed to the contract term, which is not to exceed 2 million?
Sure, go ahead, Dallas, if you've got something to add to what I...
Yeah, so if a contract was previously approved by the board, let's say at a $2 million threshold, and we know that it could possibly exceed a $3 million threshold, or it goes over that $1 million mark, it needs to go back to the board for additional approval if it was to exceed that $1 million threshold. I don't know, Justin, if you want to add anything to that with regards to why we have the exceeding language on there.
Yeah, that is correct. So anything that may exceed that next $1 million mark to give us the ability to contract out, we would put that in the report as may exceed to allow us to have, if the board approves, to allow us to have the option to enter into a contract for those services that may exceed that amount. That's why you see the language as the way it is listed in this report.
So Mr. Heeb, if we look on page 16, the second box, number 2, Ulrich, Harrington, and Sutcliffe, and it says that the estimated contract amount is expected to exceed 1 million. So does that mean it will not exceed 2 million? Is that what that means?
Correct, Ms. Brown. If the contract were to get close to the $2 million mark or possibly exceed, we would need to come back to the board and receive that approval. So with the approval of the way that contract is written into this report, that contract may go up to, if approved, $1.9 million as currently written without coming back for approval. You are correct.
Yeah, that's backwards, the way that's written, in my opinion. Maybe other members of the committee could say, but typically, if a contract is not going to exceed 2 million, that's what it would say. Because it gives the impression that this contract is $1 million, but this contract is really $1,999,999. Well, in banners. All right, those are my comments. Don't know if any of the board members have comments about this, but no, it's, you know, it's a little misleading.
I have something to add on that, Ms. Brown. I think you're getting, there's a distinction to be drawn here between what the contract itself says and the process that we're engaged in for the purpose of this report. The contracts typically have a not to exceed amount in them. What we're talking about here is just because it may exceed, which is what Mr. Heeb and Mr. Stone are putting in here, a threshold that was determined by the board, they're reporting it. But that's different from the contract itself having a not to exceed number in it, which I believe most of these or all of them do.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs, for explaining that to us. I'm just saying that this report is misleading, because you look at that 1 million, you think they're getting $1 million contract, but really they could be getting up to a 2 million, well, $1,900,000 contract. That's all I'm saying, that this report is a bit misleading. Thank you.
And Board Member Brown, did you have a specific question on BlackRock? I see Dan's joined us.
Yes, so the question on BlackRock, this is on page 15, number 3. It says contract amendment to add services fees to be negotiated. And I'm just wondering if you can tell us in open session what those services are that we're going to be adding to the contract.
Sure, Ms. Brown, happy to. We are exploring use of BlackRock's total fund risk system. So, you know, we spent quite a bit of time looking at how we manage our risks and our risk technologies. We're exploring the Aladdin system for total fund risk. So that's what the additional services are.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have an idea of how much that is expected to cost? It does, because this doesn't say will exceed 10 million or will exceed 5 million. It doesn't have a number on here.
You know, we're in negotiations, frankly, so I would be a little bit hesitant to talk too much about what we expect it to cost. But, you know, I know we've talked about also the other risk systems, so we would expect that depending on where we end, it'll be something like flat, but we'll certainly have full transparency as we conclude those negotiations.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I have a question or a comment from Ms. Taylor.
Yeah, sorry about that. So I just want to remind everybody that the board oversees the strategy. We voted on this. And it is unusual for board members to ask for purchasing orders. And then the other information, which I thought was interesting, because these are fees that we normally pay for investments. And I think we're going to go into that later in the budget as well. So I just want to remind everybody that we oversee the strategy, and things like purchasing orders aren't something, that's why we have staff, just to remind everyone.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments from board members. So does that pretty much cover that, Mr. Cohen?
This was an action item, so.
Okay, so unless there, seeing no further questions or comments, Ms. Hopper, I'll call for the question.
Okay, can I get who took the motion and who seconded on this particular item?
I think I made the original motion and Henry seconded.
Yeah.
That was on the other 3 items.
Oh,
that was
okay.
not this item.
Okay, so
you need a motion.
So we'll need a motion on this one then.
I make the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Taylor, seconded by President Jones. So now I'll call for the, any further discussion? Nope, seeing none, I'll call for the question. Ms. Hopper, please call the roll.
Henry Jones.
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris.
Aye.
Jason Perez.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by Henry Jones for item 4B, semi-annual contracting perspective report.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. The ayes have it. The motion passes. So that takes us to information consent items, and I'm not seeing any requests to discuss or pull any of those. So that will bring us to action agenda items. And our first action agenda item is the 2021 to 22 annual budget proposal. And so I'll go to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if we can bring Jennifer Harris in to present the budget. And as she's coming in and we're getting the PowerPoint queued up, I did want to just make an introductory comment. When you look at the overall percentage increase of the budget, it is quite large, but you do need to keep in mind that we had sort of artificially reduced the current year budget dramatically based on our mid-year budget cuts that the board approved in November. That combined with the current PLPs, the sort of furlough program for state employees, are bringing down our expenses in the current year before they pop back up in the budget year, as well as Ms. Harris will go into the investment external fees, which are also driving the increase. And with that, let me turn it over to Jennifer to walk you through the details of the budget.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Jennifer Harris with CalPERS Financial Office. It's my pleasure to present the 2021-22 annual budget. This is an action item, and your approval today will set the funding levels for the new fiscal year beginning on July 1st. As I typically do, I'll begin with a brief update on where we are with current year spending. Next slide, please. CalPERS total 2020-21 budget is $1,621 million. This does include the $72.3 million budget reduction that we took at mid-year to achieve savings. As detailed on page 5 of the budget, which is attachment 1 to this agenda item, you'll see that as of December 31st, we've spent $722.8 million, or nearly 45% of the budget. Based on our projections, we do estimate that we'll end the fiscal year with about $15.7 million in savings. This includes $11.9 million in unexpended administrative operating costs, $1.7 million for headquarters building costs, and $3.8 million in unexpended third-party administrator fees. The current year update that's in the budget also includes some information on our Social Security program fees. Based on our collections, we anticipate that the fund balance will be about $2.6 million. This is a pretty high fund balance for the program, and we are proposing to suspend collection of those fees for the 21-22 fiscal year. We do need Department of Finance approval on that fee modification as required by state law. Next slide, please. Moving on to the proposed budget. Can you move the slide? There we go. Our total 2021-22 proposed budget is $1,888 million. This is a $267.1 million increase compared to the authorized budget. This is including both operating costs and external fees. Need to go back one slide, please. Back to slide 3. Well, our operating cost increases are primarily due to the anticipated cancellation of those personal leave program days, the furloughs that we were taking, as well as the restoration of funding for some one-time reductions that we took in the current year to achieve savings. A large majority of our increase is with the external investment manager fees, and this is due to increased assets under management, or AUM, revised asset allocations, and expected continued portfolio performance. There are funding for 2,843 authorized positions. This number does reflect the 32 positions that we eliminated at mid-year. There are no funds included for permanent positions in the blanket or seasonal clerks performing non-seasonal workload. Next slide, please. The next slide does detail the overall budget. It shows you what our authorized budget was beginning in 2020-21. This was the annual budget approved by the board last April. Shows what the authorized budget is currently based on those mid-year reductions that we took, and then the proposed amounts for fiscal year 2021-22. We do need to be on slide 4. Great, thank you. Oh, my apologies. It looks like I'm being delayed seeing it, but you all are seeing it great. So here's that overall chart, and you can see the increases for each of the budget categories. On the next slides, I'll walk you through the major changes for each of these components. Next slide, please. Within operating costs, we have a large increase for administrative operating costs. This is detailed on page 10 of the budget, and this is increasing 59 million or 12.5%. This category does include both personal services expenses as well as OE&E. The biggest driver of our increase in this category is the anticipated cancellation of the statewide compensation reductions or the personal leave program. While we won't know the outcome of this issue until after the state releases the May revision, the legislature has its legislative budget hearings as well as the outcome of collective bargaining. But even though we won't know the outcome of that, we are including an estimated amount here, given the timing of our budget cycle compared to the state's. The personal services increase does reflect as well a 9.3 million increase. This is a restoration of funding for some of those one-time cuts that we took in the current year. And there is a decrease of 3.8 million for reduced temporary help and overtime and some revised health benefit calculations. Pages 13 and 14 of your budget show that over the past 5 to 6 years, CalPERS has reduced temporary help and overtime costs by 9.5 million. Next slide, please. Within OE&E, we are seeing a 20.9 million increase. This is driven by software and data processing expenses, the allocation of our facilities expenses to affiliate funds, an increase for statewide pro rata costs that are determined by the Department of Finance, and external vendor costs that we're anticipating for the upcoming board elections. Although our administrative costs are increasing compared to the mid-year budget, and this is what Michael was talking about, that we are seeing kind of that snapback effect. Overall, our administrative budget is 9.7 million less than it was a year ago today. With the reductions that we took at mid-year, as well as continued reductions that were ongoing, CalPERS will achieve 40 million in savings in its admin budget over a 2-year period. This is over and above the reductions that we saw for those personal savings reductions for the furloughs. Additionally, it's far exceeding the $5 million target cut that the governor's administration asked CalPERS to make for 21-22 alone. Next slide, please. 2 other operating cost categories include investment operating costs and the headquarters building budget. Within investment operating costs, we are proposing a $4.2 million increase. This includes an increase for usage-based master custodian fees, as well as some technology expenses to continue investment data strategies within the investment office. Headquarters building costs are going down $4.5 million. Now, the headquarters building budget that you see, this represents the amount of the headquarters costs that are paid for by the pension fund, by the PERF. So the net reduction that we're seeing here not only includes a decrease in both operating and non-operating costs, but as well as the allocation of some of the headquarters expenses to affiliate funds. Additionally, there's some truing up going on because of continued decreases in parking revenue, given that our buildings are closed. Next slide, please. So moving on to fees. Within fees, we have both investment external manager fees as well as third-party administrator fees. Both of these categories of expenses are significantly affected by external conditions. So for example, investment external manager fees are impacted by portfolio performance and market conditions. In contrast, third-party administrator fees are largely influenced by the migration of members to different health plans. So within this budget, and we should be on slide 8. There we go. So within the external fees portion of our budget, we are seeing a 207.5 million increase in external investment manager fees. These fees, again, are based on assets under management, which have increased, portfolio performance, and some strategies that we're employing. The drivers include base fees for global equity, private equity, and opportunistic strategies, and performance fees for real assets. Details by asset class are shown in the budget on page 19. Finally, we do expect a small increase, a 0.9 million increase in third-party administrator fees. We are seeing some migration, again, of members to plans with higher cost administrative expenses, but there are some decreases offsetting that for the pharmacy benefit manager costs, as well as continued enrollment declines in the long-term care program. That is the end of the slides. In summary, the 2021-22 proposed budget is $1,888 million. This does reflect increases that are either mandated or that are necessary for CalPERS to meet its core mission and its strategic goals. We recommend approval of the budget as proposed and welcome your questions.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Very helpful. And I have a question, starting off with questions from President Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, and thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of questions, so that I can understand, and not substantive questions, but I have three. But the first one is Social Security. As I understand, this is a service we provide to the state to respond to federal government requirements. Could you kind of explain to me how that works? I know it's a small amount of money, but I'm just interested in how, is this a service we provide to the state, and how does it work?
Sure. Since the early 1950s, CalPERS has been the state's designated program administrator for the Social Security program. So we act on behalf of the state of California in overseeing the collection and contracting for employers statewide who choose to offer Social Security benefits to their employees and the Social Security Administration. And so these are public employers, so cities, counties, local districts, and the state. So anybody or any one of these employers who decides to provide Social Security benefits, they have to enter into an agreement, and we oversee the administration of that program. For many years, there was residual interest sitting in the Old Age Security Fund that we used to cover the administrative costs. 2 years ago, we did bring an item to the board letting you know that per state law, we have the ability to charge an administrative fee to employers to cover the cost of this program. So we started collecting this fee for 2 years. We're doing really well with collections. We were unsure how collections would roll out, given that a fair number of those employers are not CalPERS covered employers. But the majority of all employers are paying. And so per statute and regulations, when the fund balance exceeds more than 100% of administrative costs, we will revise the fee.
Okay, excellent, thank you. The next question is deals with the vacation accruals. Because of the reduction in time, days off that were required to save money during the budget crisis, and individuals were compensated for that reduction by taking additional vacation days. So my question is, if those employees don't take those vacation days, isn't that increasing our long-term liabilities for statewide impact?
Yes, that is the case. And under the collective bargaining agreements, although employees do receive 2 additional days off a month, they are not required to take them. We encourage them to and offer the time if somebody asks, but they are able to bank that time.
So do you believe that's significant, and because it is statewide in terms of those individuals elected not to take it off and being part of their vacation that can use in their calculation for retirement?
Unfortunately, I have not done the calculation and worked with HR to identify what that long-term liability might be, but certainly I think that it could be. That's always a trade-off that the state considers when it's making these fiscal decisions.
Okay. And then the last thing, I'd just like to comment that I recognize that the fees that you show have increased, but it should not be taken in isolation, because that's based on improved returns that those fees were increased. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. A large driver of the increase in the external management fees really does reflect that we've had some excellent portfolio performance.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I have looks like I have a question from Director Brown.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I have a question. I'm on, let's see what page, page 15 of 24 of agenda item 6A. I'm looking at the investment operating costs. And I'm just curious as to what is part of the business operations tools going up 25% this year, and it looked like it went up 25% the previous year. So can you explain to me what's going on with that?
Sure. And if we can bring in Dan Bienvenu as well to talk on this. Within our investment office, we have a number of data strategies reflected around the total fund performance strategy. And so we are implementing various tools for the investment staff to not only take on additional investments internally, and you've seen that we have more of our investments are being managed internally, but as well as data tools so that they can identify when a decision and investments are made in one particular area, what's the impact to the other asset classes? And Dan, I don't know if you have any additional comments that you'd like to make on those specific strategies.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Dan here at the moment.
Do you want me to move on to my next question?
He just popped in.
Oh, there he is.
Yep, apologies. I'm here. No, that Jennifer is spot on. Basically, it has to do with our migration to, first of all, enhancing our performance platform, and then secondly, really just the data and the total fund analytical work.
Okay, and so do we expect that to continue to go up, or do you think it's going to stay at about where that is?
Candidly, I probably would expect it to continue to go up, probably not at the pace that it's gone up, but as we have migrated towards really focusing on the total fund and internalizing assets and managing, risk and the like at the total fund level, there are costs that are associated with that. We think those are costs that are well worth the expense because of the improvements that we've made around managing our liquidity, our leverage, and all of those things. But improving our technology and our data and our total fund management does have costs associated with it, but we think those are costs that are well justified in terms of performance.
All right, thank you. My next question is on page 157. This one, there's some large increases there, global equity, I see, but, and this is for Dan, I see that the global equity fee is going up 100%, it's doubling, and then real assets is going up even greater. And I'm curious, since a lot of our, well, why don't you tell me why those are?
I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, can you remind me which page you're looking at on the attachment?
Page 19, my apologies, page 19 of 24. In that table, it talks about investment external management fees going up. So I look at global equity doubling to 100%. These are performance fees. So, basically, so performance fees are paid when we sell the asset. Is that correct?
In the case of global equity, the assets are moving constantly. So the performance fees are based on just basically excess performance relative to the benchmark with some hurdles in place. It is probably worth commenting, and Jennifer spoke to this briefly also. We certainly think that it is good governance to include asset management fees, both base and performance, in the budgeting process. But I will say that to some degree, and I know Jennifer wrestles with this topic also. They defy budgeting in some sense, right? If the market goes way down and the assets under management drops, the fees will go down. But I don't think anybody's going to be very happy with that answer, even though we have lower fees, and vice versa. As the market goes up, the base fees will go up. Probably a good problem to have, and we really have very little control. What we have control over is the terms of our contracts, which is where we focused, and that's where you've seen our total basis points at the total fund level, over the past, say, 10 years go from, over 50 basis points to call it 23 basis points in the total fund level. And even over the last 5 years go from, mid 30s to, as I say, sort of 23, 24 basis points. But as far as global equities performance fee, that is very forecast based. The performance of the global equity portfolio has been very strong. Specifically, the external managers has been very strong. That's very much accretive to the bottom line. But we do expect to, we do have performance fees in place for those contracts, and we expect to pay. And frankly, those are places where our interests are aligned, and we're happy to pay.
And is that the same answer for real assets as well?
It's a very similar answer. I would say with real assets, it's probably even harder to predict in some ways. And I would say because there's a timing on when it actually crystallizes. I would say that historically we have only seen the actuals paid be, less than what we forecast every year. Again, we kind of tend to be conservative when we forecast. But yes, it's a very similar answer in that we expect both on the real estate and on the infrastructure side. We have seen good performance. We see it both accrued, but then also some crystallized, and we expect to be paying those fees in 21, 22.
Oh, okay. All right. So basically, if everything goes well, we're going to pay these fees, and if they don't, then we stay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have Director Olivares.
Thank you. I wanted to understand how we're getting some of these estimates for some of the subscription services for analyzing investment data. I know there's a lot of value in these services, but I'm not sure if we're doing this on a per person or organization-wide basis.
It really depends on the vendor, Ms. Olivares. In some cases, they are per person. We certainly pursue site-wide licenses if the site license we think is a more cost-effective way to do it, if there is broad use of it. In the case of some services, it's a much more narrow set of users, so we'll negotiate on a per-person basis. But this is something that we are spending quite a bit of time on right now. We certainly have a business plan initiative for this year, and we'll again for next year on cost effectiveness, and it'll be looking at those and consolidating services where we can, making sure that we're getting value for the services that we are getting and using, and then to your point, trying to make sure that we're getting bulk savings and just getting our the best contract terms that we can.
Thank you. Yeah, I was looking at some of the Bloomberg fees in particular, which it's a bit of change. It's quite a bit of money. And it looks like it's far beyond a Bloomie, right? On a per person Bloomie for each person in Invos, or it exceeds the Bloomberg terminal cost for each person in the investment office. Let me phrase it that way. So I imagine it's not. Is that site-wide, or are there additional services baked within the Bloomberg contract? So that way CalPERS is getting additional analytics.
It's a little both. There are some places where we're using, I'm not exactly sure what the per user is, so I would have to check those numbers. I will say that not everybody in Invo has Bloomberg, but in some cases we're getting real-time services. In some cases we're actually using other analytics of Bloomberg on some of their, sort of trade routing technology. And so as a result of all of those things, it comes together. But your point is spot on. And it's certainly an area that we are looking at. There are a handful of vendors that really dominate those subscription services. And it's pricey. Again, we do think there's value there in that we operate in the markets every day, but it is a pricey service.
How do we determine who in the investment office needs access to those services? It's obviously not going to be everybody that needs access to these. Can you walk me through that, please?
Sure. It's really determined on an ongoing basis, really by management, and it's determined based on job function. So certainly the traders, certainly the portfolio managers, do need it. As I say, there's more expense for real time. So say for myself, I do have a Bloomberg license, but mine is not real time because I don't believe I need real time, pricing and the like. But really, it's in that way. And then we have some places where we have, terminals sitting that can be used to, sort of drag data out of, but they don't belong to any one individual. So there's all of those varying levels of sort of service and use by different members of the staff.
So we have processes in place by which management reviews the need for access based upon an individual's portfolio or job requirements, and then we're doing what we can to mitigate costs.
Correct and correct, yes.
Okay, great. I think that's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Controller Yee question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for Mr. Cohen, if I could. Really appreciate the, I guess, the clarification or the clearer depiction of our position situation. So, but I wanted to ask with respect to the position pool, just wanted to get clarification about the types of positions that comprise that pool. And I know we've been trying to set this up as a efficiency measure, and is that pool really to service the entire enterprise, including the investment office?
Sure. Yes, it absolutely serves the entire enterprise, and the investment office has been sort of shrinking over the last couple of years as they give positions to the pool. And one of the areas where that really came in handy this past year is when the customer service center or call center was experiencing sort of a spike in volume. So the investment office sort of had some positions that they transferred to the pool, and basically Anthony Sweeney came to the executive team and provided information to document the increase in call volume, and then 10 positions were transferred over there. So that's sort of a good example of how it was used to maximum benefit. And as you'll recall, in November, we basically had 32 positions that were in the pool that the executive team felt weren't going to be needed for any foreseeable future. So that's where we eliminated them. So it's sort of, I would call it kind of a holding tank for positions as we evaluate demand. So there are a handful of positions in this budget that are in the pool, since we don't know really, as we come back to the office later in the year, if there's going to be new demands on positions, there will be a handful that are available for the highest use. And twice a year, the executive team goes through a process by which we sort of review all of the vacant positions that have been open for a while, as well as any that sort of management has identified as they come open that aren't needed to be filled, that come into the pool, and sort of make a judgment as to how big the pool should be and where, if any, they should be redirected at a point in time.
Okay, great. No, I appreciate the mechanism. And is it fair to say then that most of the positions are really more support in nature that comprise the pool?
It really, I think, depends on the situation. There's nothing inherent why they're more support oriented versus some other function. It happened. My example happened to be that way, and I think over the last couple of cycles, that's been the trend where we've put more positions into sort of the actuarial office, the customer service side of things. That's obviously where we want to make sure we're providing customer service. Is always going to be kind of our top evaluation need. But otherwise, wherever sort of we need it within the organization, the executive team has worked really well to sort of trust each other's judgment and expect people to come forward when they have a true need, but not come forward when it's just sort of a want.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more questions from committee members or the rest of the board, but I believe we do have a couple public commenters queued up. So Mr. Fox, if you would. Mr. Fox or someone, do we have public comments to take now on this item?
Yes.
I'm standing by.
I introduce David Soares to the public comment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fox and board members. My name is David Soares. I'm with the Retired Public Employees Association of California, where I'm an assistant area director after retiring, serving 32 years as a prosecutor in Silicon Valley. My comment pertains to agenda item 6A. The 21-22 percentage increase for investment internal managers of 30% isn't stated on the slide like every other category. Our issue here is that the entire proposed 21-22 salary and operating overhead, excluding external management fees, is projected to be about $700 million. But the projected 21-22 external management fees just for real estate and private equity, adding private equity performance fees extrapolated from the 2020 CalPERS, which is not in the shown in the budget, are actually going to be at least $1.25 billion for asset classes to which CalPERS is still struggling to deploy just 17% of assets under management due to too much money chasing too few deals. The Philadelphia Inquirer is recently reporting that the Pennsylvania Teachers Retirement Fund is actually under FBI investigation for conflicts of interest involving that sector. And my question is, shouldn't a sound fiduciary exercise his or her duty of inquiry to ask why such a high amount of fees, 1.25 billion is the equivalent to 150% of all other operating overhead, are being paid on such a relatively small share of capital deployed? Something needs to be done to ratchet down these potentially corrupt fees and to get this money back to work for the members and beneficiaries. California Constitution, Article 16, Sections 17A and B limit the board to defraying reasonable expenses of administering the system. There seems to be no evidence offered that these fee increases are reasonable in any way, shape, or form. And I'd like the board to respond. What are they doing to inquire about the reasonableness of this 30% increase in external management fees, and especially looking at real estate and private equity? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Soares. Mr. Fox, do we have another commenter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one more caller, JJ Jelensik from the Retired Public Employees Association.
Hi, this is J.J. Jelensik, and I would like to reinforce Dave Soares' comments, but my comments are not on behalf of the organization, they're on behalf of myself. And when you look at page 3 of the agenda item, managing the investment portfolio is a key core function of the system. The fact that management chooses to do part of that through outside managers, even though they're more expensive, does not change the nature of that expense. It is still a core operating expense, and the presentation being given tends to minimize the actual operating costs of the organization. I don't know why the system chooses to make that display to minimize the operating costs. It may tie into the bonuses. It may tie into the ability to say, oh, look how low our operating costs are, but it is a misrepresentation of the facts. And I would encourage the board to insist that operating costs be acknowledged as operating costs, and investment costs are an essential operating cost. They serve a key function. They are not inherently different just because management chooses to take that action by using outside managers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And so let me see where we are here. This is an action item. So unless there's any further questions or comments from anyone, I will entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So I'll call for Ms. Hopper to call the roll.
Okay, and who made the second?
I
Ms.
did.
Taylor.
Thank you. Henry Jones.
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris.
Aye.
Jason Perez.
Aye.
Ramon Rubicava.
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Henry Jones, seconded by Teresa Taylor. All ayes on agenda item 6A, 2021-22 annual budget proposal.
No, thank you, Ms. Hopper. The ayes have it. The motion passes. So that brings us to the next item 6B, annual review of board member employee reimbursements. And I'll go to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Chair. This is an annual item that you see that basically authorizes the 4 board members who are currently employed to have their employers reimbursed at the maximum percentage laid out in the agenda item. As you can see in Table 2, the percentages proposed are fairly similar to what's in effect today. We're happy to take any questions if you have them.
I'm seeing no questions.
Approval.
Moved by Ms. Taylor.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Jones. So Ms. Hopper, I'll call for the question. If you please take the roll.
Henry Jones.
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris.
Aye.
Jason Perez.
Aye.
Ramon Rubicava.
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by Henry Jones. All ayes for agenda item 6B, annual review of board member employer reimbursements.
Okay, the ayes have it. The motion passes. So it moves us to item 6C, state valuation and employer-employee contribution rates. And for that, I will call on Mr. Scott Tarando.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Scott Tarando, Chief Actuary for CalPERS. Today we have a couple of action items for the board. We'll start out with the state valuation and employee contribution rates, and then we'll move on to the schools rates and the associated contribution rates for the schools. Just quickly, I'll note that these are annual items that come each year at this point in time. For the first item, I'll pass it along to Nina Ramsey, who will step through valuation results and the associated contributions.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Nina Ramsey, CalPERS actuarial team member. Next slide, please. We are here to present for your approval the results of the latest state valuation as of June 30th, 2020. This valuation determines the required contributions for the 2021-22 fiscal year. The state plan consists of the 5-member subgroups listed on this slide: miscellaneous, industrial, safety, peace officers and firefighters, and CHP. Next slide, please. There have been a few significant changes since our last valuation. First, the PERF has earned a 4.7% investment return as of June 30th, 2020. The state also contributed an additional $2.5 billion in July of 2019 in accordance with Assembly Bill 84. This additional payment reduced the coming year's required contributions by $1.4 billion. This is the last remaining allocation of the AB 84 payment. This payment is reflected in this year's funded status and improves the funded status by about 1.2%. CHP contributed an additional $268 million in August of 2020. This payment is not reflected in the funded status as it came in after our valuation date, but it will be included in next year's valuation. CHP has also decided to defer the savings from this payment until the 23-24 fiscal year. Next slide, please. Here we have the current year and prior year results. As of June 30th, 2020, the market value of assets is approximately $151.2 billion. These assets include the 4.7% investment return and the AB84 additional payment, but not the CHP additional payment, as I mentioned on the last slide. We have an accrued liability of approximately $214 billion, leaving us with an unfunded accrued liability of nearly $63 billion. The expected contribution for next year is $6.651 billion, which is $160 million greater than the current year. The rates are increasing primarily due to the following reasons. First, we have the progression of the amortization bases, which ramp in costs over 5 years. We also had an investment loss as of June 30th, 2020, and because the state plans experienced an overall payroll growth of 4.6%, which is higher than our assumed payroll growth rate of 2.75%. These increases were offset by members entering into lower benefit formulas due to PEPRA. We estimate that the state will see $52.1 million in savings in the 21-22 fiscal year due to increase in PEPRA membership. Next slide, please. Here we have a comparison of the current year contributions and next year's by each member subcategory. You can see that 4 of the 5 plans have decreasing rates. That is for miscellaneous, industrial, safety, and POF, and CHP has increased rates. The decrease in the rates is primarily due to the AB84 payment, which has the largest portion being applied to the 21-22 UAL payment. CHP did not receive any portion of the AB84 payment and hence did not see the same reduction as the other plans. CHP has increasing rates, which is primarily due to experience losses as of June 30th, 2020. In the center of the slide, under the column titled Estimated Rate, we have included the projected rates from last year's valuation report. The 4 plans with decreasing rates are within 0.3% of what was projected in our last valuation, while CHP is 1.09% higher, again due to those experience losses. Next slide, please. On this slide, we have the final 21-22 rates listed by plan and the additional statutory contribution rate from the state. They sum to get the total contribution in the far right column. Additional information for the statutory contribution is on page 6 of the agenda item. Government Code 20683.2 requires that the savings realized by the state due to increased member contributions from PEPRA members be used as additional contributions towards the UAL for each plan. This is not something that we are asking the board to approve. It is more for informational purposes. This additional contribution is maintained by the state during their annual budget process. Next slide, please. Next, we have a brief history of the state's overall funded status. The funded status is a measure of the plan's overall health. Each plan has its own funded status, which can be found on attachment 2. But the state's overall funded status has increased by 0.6% to 70.6% as of June 30th, 2020. Next slide. Moving on to member contributions. In general, most state employees are exempt from the PEPRA requirement that members pay 50% of the normal cost. However, there are a few PEPRA groups within the state plans that do pay 50% of the normal cost. These groups include the California Legislature, California State University, and the Judicial Branch. Because the normal cost has not changed by 1% or more this year, there is no required change to the member contribution rates for these groups. Next slide, please. There is also one bargaining unit, Bargaining Unit 16, who has agreed to have all members, PEPRA and Classic, contribute 50% of the normal cost. This year, the normal cost has not changed by 1% or more, so there are also no changes required for Bargaining Unit 16 member contribution rates. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have the projected future contribution rates for each plan. These projections assume a 7% investment return in the 2021 fiscal year and all future years. You can see that rates are noticeably higher in the 22-23 fiscal year. This is because 21-22 is the final year of the allocation of the AB 84 additional payment. There won't be a $1.4 billion contribution to reduce the rates in 22-23 as there is in 21-22. Sorry, I'm just spitting a lot of numbers at you guys. After 22-23, rates are mostly stable. The 2016 investment loss is fully ramped in the 21-22 required payment, which is why the ramping in of costs does not generate any large change in the future rates. As mentioned earlier, CHP made an additional contribution and chose to delay the savings until the 23-24 fiscal year. This is where you can see that dip in the contribution rates. As I mentioned, these rates assume a 7% return for all future years. These projections will likely change in our report to include the final return as of June 30th, 2021. We will have our final report available later this summer. It will include our methods, assumptions, participant data, and that final investment return as of June 30th, 2021. This concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you for that very thorough and understandable presentation. So at this point, I don't have a question from a committee member at the moment. I have a question from Controller Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the presentation. I just wanted to maybe probe a little bit about the seemingly outsized increase in the projected future employee rates for state peace officers and firefighters. And I know a lot of this assumes that we're not going to get the contribution to reduce rates going forward, but it just seems like that's a pretty good size increase. Is that associated also with payroll growth, or can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so that is the one that definitely stands out the most. The $1.4 billion that was attributed to the 21-22 was split amongst the first 4 plans listed on that slide. The POF plan got the largest part of that. I think the number can be found in the agenda item, I believe, page 2 or 3, where it was over $700 million. So basically, POF just got the biggest chunk of that 1.4 billion, which is approximately 14% of their UAL payment. So because they're not going to have that next year, the rate has gone up.
Okay.
The 50.9 also includes losses from this year due to experience and the ramping in of other amortization bases.
I see. Okay, so they got the bigger share of the rate reduction contribution. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question now from President Jones.
Yes, just a quick question. Who are the bargaining unit 16? Who are those members?
Those are the physicians, dentists, and podiatrists.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. And so at this point, I guess it's an action item. So it's the pleasure of the committee. Moved approval by was that Director Taylor? Okay, moved by Ms. Taylor. Do I have a second? Seconded by
Ramon will second.
Oh,
Ramon Rubalcaba.
I already had. Okay, I had Mr. Perez seconding already.
No problem. No problem.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Hopper will call for the question.
I think Mr. Jones has a question.
Oh, there Henry has a question. Okay, Mr. Jones.
Sometimes
President
I
Jones.
can't get to my chat box in time. Thank you. It's just that I'm trying to go back. I remember seeing 2 different numbers in terms of the funded status in terms of looking at, I think it's attachment 6, page 7. It shows the funded status from 2019 to 2020 going from 70.0 to 70.6. And somewhere earlier, you said the funded status had improved by 1.6% somewhere in here. And I'm trying to find where I saw that, but I remember seeing a higher number. So could you explain the difference?
So I believe it was on slide 3. It said 1.2%.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So the 1.2% is just related to that 84 payment. So if everything else, the assumptions were met, meaning we earned a 7% return, all the employees and the demographic changes were exactly what we predicted, then the funded status would have gone up by 1.2%. But we do have that investment loss working against that. So then the net result is an increase to the funded status of 0.6%.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that concludes. I don't see any more questions or comments in the chat. I'm not seeing anyone frantically waving at me this time. So, okay, so at this point, I'll call for the question. Ms. Hopper, would you please call the roll?
Henry Jones?
Aye.
Was that an aye?
Yes.
Thank you. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma?
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris?
Aye.
Jason Perez?
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba?
Aye.
Teresa Taylor?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by Jason Perez. All ayes for agenda item 6C, state valuation and employer and employee contribution rates.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. The ayes have it. The motion passes, and that will bring us to 6D, the school's valuation and employer-employee contribution rates. Mr. Tarando.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll simply just turn it over to Paul at this time to run through the valuation results.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Paul Cheetah and the actuarial office here to present the results of the schools pool actuarial evaluation and the recommended rates for fiscal year 21-22. Next slide, please. So valuation date, like with the state, is June 30, 2020. And also like with the state, this valuation determines the required contributions for fiscal year 21-22. Next slide, please. So there are 2 noteworthy events or items reflected in this valuation. The first is the investment return of 4.7% that Nina spoke about with the state, same for the schools. And again, that rate is prior to reduction for administrative expenses. Now this return led to an actuarial experience loss as it was less than the 7% assumed return. The second item is the state's $904 million contribution that was made in July of 2019. This was spread over 3 fiscal years in the form of supplanting payments or payments made on behalf of schools' employers in order to reduce their share of the contribution. The amount allocated to fiscal year 21-22 was $330 million. The prior years, worth noting, was $430 million. So for this upcoming fiscal year 21-22, this $330 million supplanting payment will serve to reduce the employer rate, the school's employer rate, by 2.16% of pay. Next slide, please. So what we're showing here are the key valuation results. And you can see that both assets and liability grew. Asset growth slightly outpaced liability growth in percentage terms, which led to a slight uptick in the funded status from 68.5% to 68.6%. Fairly nominal increase, but an increase nonetheless. Now, the contribution rate for schools' employers after reduction for the state's supplanting payments will be 22.91% of pay in fiscal year 21-22. That is up from 20.7 in the prior year. The primary cause of that increase are just scheduled increases in existing amortization basis, ramping in, payroll growth escalation, things like that. Now, the secondary cause of this increase was a decrease in the state's supplanting payment from $430 million to $330 million. So both fiscal year 2021 and 21-22 have a state supplanting payment that is going toward helping schools employers have a lower rate. But since the amount for this coming fiscal year is lower, it essentially increases the employer rate relative to last year. So that's a secondary cause of that employer rate increase. And you can see that the rate for PEPR members will stay at 7%. And we will touch on that a little bit more later. Next slide, please. So here we have a little bit more detail on the required contributions. On the top of the slide are the contribution rates, which are what employers will contribute as a percentage of pay. On the bottom are the dollar value of the contributions that are expected to be generated from those rates, assuming that payroll for the year matches what we are assuming. So you see in the columns we have last year, and we have fiscal year 2021 and 21-22. In the middle, we're showing what we had estimated the rates would be for this coming fiscal year in our last year's evaluation report. Now you can see that we have projected a 23% even employer contribution rate. The actual rate is coming in at 22.91, so a shade lower, but overall it's in line. Next slide, please. So here we have 5 years of funded status history of the school's pool. Again, as mentioned earlier, the funded status grew 0.1% over the last year. And over the last 5 years, the funded status is level to slightly downward trajectory. And a key driver of that is the drop in the discount rate from 7.5% to 7% over the 3 years, basically in the middle of this chart. Next slide, please. So as part of this valuation, in addition to setting the school's employer contribution rates, we also set the contribution rate for PEPR members. Like PEPR members more generally in the system, those in the school's pool are required to contribute half of the normal cost of their benefit. Now in this year's valuation, the total normal cost has not changed by more than 1% from when the member rate was last adjusted. So the member rate will not change. PEPR members will continue to contribute 7% of pay. And just coincidentally, the classic members rate is set by statute, but it coincidentally also happens to be 7%. So it's fairly straightforward. Every member in the school's pool contributes 7% of pay. Next slide, please. So here we have our projection, like in the initial for state. We also do a projection of what we, based on what we know at this point, what we expect the next 5 years of rates to look like. And so we do estimate that the employer rate will be increasing in the coming years. Our expectation at this point is that it'll peak in fiscal year 25-26 before starting to decline. Now, the biggest jump from 21-22 to 22-23 is, and this is similar to what Nina was touching on, and what they're seeing in the state plan is due to the state's supplanting payment essentially going away. So we had a few years where the state was helping schools employers and giving them a reduced rate, but fiscal year 21-22 is the last year of that assistance. And again, it reduced the rate, the employer rate in that year by 2.16%. So you can think of it as the rate is bouncing back up after that reduction. Now, again, I'll make the same caveat that Nina made, which is that this projection at this point assumes that we earn an investment return that's first earned 7% in this fiscal year, ending in June 30 of this year. The evaluation report released later this year will include a revision to those projections that will reflect the actual return. And if the actual return does exceed 7%, like all of our fingers are crossed that it will, then these projected rates will be a little bit lower. So what we're showing in the evaluation report hopefully will be lower than this. But again, this is based on what we know at this time. So that concludes my prepared remarks, and I am happy to take any questions at this time.
Oh, thank you for the fine presentation. And I am not seeing any questions from any of our board members or committee members at this time. And let me just see if anyone's waving here. Nope, no questions. Very clear, very comprehensive presentation. Thank you very much. So without any objection, I'll move on to item 7, information agenda items summary.
Mr. Chair,
we have to vote on this.
This is an action item.
That's right. Yeah, I got ahead of myself. So what's the committee's pleasure on this? Moved by Ms. Taylor and seconded by couldn't tell who that was.
Second.
Oh, Mr. Jones. Okay, President Jones. So seeing no further discussion, I'll call for the question. Ms. Hopper, please the roll.
Henry Jones,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris,
Aye.
Jason Perez,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by Henry Jones. All ayes for agenda item 6D, schools valuation and employer and employee contribution rates.
Okay, and once again, the ayes have it and the motion passes. So now we will move on to 7A, the summary of committee direction. Back to you, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. I did not record any committee direction.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any more public commenters in the queue, Mr. Fox?
Mr. Chair, there are no callers at this time.
Okay. Well, unless I have any objections, I will move to adjourn. Okay, hearing none, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Let's see what's next on our agenda here.
Performance and comp at 11:40, please.
Performance and comp at 11:40. See y'all there. Thanks. Take care.
It looks like our assigned time has arrived. We'd like to call the meeting to order. So the first order of business would be to call the roll, please. Ms. Hopper.
Rob Fechner,
Good morning.
Margaret Brown,
Good morning.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Daisy Oliveris,
Here.
Irene Ortega,
Here.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Shonda Wesley.
Here.
Mr. Chair, all is in attendance for the Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee.
Thank you. Item 2 is the approval of the April 19th Performance and Compensation Committee timed agenda. What's the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Ms. Brown. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Ms. Hopper, please.
Margaret Brown,
Aye.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris,
Aye.
Irene Ortega,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by Margaret Brown. All ayes for agenda item 2, the approval of the April 19, 2021 Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee timed agenda.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, executive report. Mr. Hoffner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. Today we have 3 items before the committee. One's an information committee education session to be provided by your global governance advisors, the board's independent incentive compensation consultants. We also have 2 action items, one related to long-term incentive for the chief investment officer position. This was something that was presented back in the fall prior to the coming on board of your new consultant, and the committee asked for that to be deferred and delayed until they could analyze it and provide their feedback, which they have done and we'll talk about today. And secondly is a review of the incentive metrics with several recommendations for those metrics, which is required by our policy related to an annual review of those items. They do have, I think, several recommendations and then 2 items within that memo to the committee and the board suggesting some items be reviewed in the future for consideration. With that, Mr. Chair, that concludes my comments. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffner. Seeing no questions except for mine, looking at the agenda, item 6 is going to be quite lengthy. Is it either you or Ms. Tucker can tell me, could we take 7 ahead of 6, or is that not going to work that way?
So, Mr. Chair, I would defer to the committee, and the way that it's structured, yes, it's much lengthier than the other 2 items in terms of actionable items. I think the general thought, though, was that building upon an educational session would maybe provide some of the feedback and input that you might get from the committee or board members that might be substantive and maybe reduce the time of the other items in the remainder of the committee agenda. But I would defer to the will of the committee.
All right. Well, I certainly understand what you're saying, and I think that makes total sense. My only concern is that agenda item on our timed agenda is an hour and a half. So I'm trying to give people a reasonable time to be able to get some lunch. So perhaps we'll just we'll go on with the agenda until we get to 6. Then we'll take this short break and people go get their lunch and bring it back into the meeting and they can have their lunch that way. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having lunch until 1:30 or so. And I know that may not be good for some folks. What's the committee think? Any comments?
That's fine.
Sounds good to me.
I agree.
All right, very good. Thank you all. Then we're going to move on to agenda item 4, the approval of the February 17th committee meeting minutes. What's the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brown, seconded by Ms. Taylor. Put the switch there. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Ms. Hopper, please.
Margaret Brown,
Aye.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris,
Aye.
Irene Ortega,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Margaret Brown, seconded by Teresa Taylor. All ayes for agenda item 4A, the approval of the February 17, 2021 Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. Brings us to item 5, the information consent items. Having no request to move anything, we'll move on to agenda item 6. But before we begin with that, Ms. Tucker, let's take a 15-minute break and allow people to go get a beverage or some snack or something or some lunch, and we'll meet back here at 12 o'clock.
Thank you.
few more minutes for other committee members, so just hang in there, nibble away. Settled in, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Tucker.
Michelle, we can't hear you. You might be double muted.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffner. I did have the dreaded double mute. Thank you so much. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, members of the committee. This is Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. The board's primary executive and investment compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, is here with us today to present an educational session on compensation best practices. This training will count towards required board education hours and set a foundation to support board members in their duties related to setting compensation for positions covered by Government Code Section 20098 and the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions. With us today to make the presentation are Brad Kelly and Peter Landers. I just saw them promoted and their faces pop up. Brad and Peter are both partners at Global Governance Advisors. So I can now turn it over to GGA for their presentation.
Excellent.
So,
Thank you very
Brad,
much.
I see you. Okay.
Excellent. Now we're just going to share our screen here. Get this started. Everyone can see that. Excellent. And thank you very much. And it's great to finally be working with you all. And to start off, we'd like to thank all of you for your time and effort in meeting with us and having some really in-depth and insightful conversations with all of you. We really appreciate that. We thought it'd be important for us to start out with a bit of education. We are very strong supporters of education, and we wanted to make sure that that we're starting off on the right foot in terms of, what are the best practices out there? Where would we like to work with you and bring you along? And also, how can we address some of the findings from our one-on-one conversations? So to walk you through this today is myself, Brad Kelly. I'm a partner with Global Governance Advisors, and also my partner, Peter Landers. And so today, what we'd like to do, and this is going to be a very high-level session. This is the first, hopefully the first of many. But what we'd like to do is first start off with performance review best practices, as well as best practices in compensation benchmarking, how you can use and utilize relative value add benchmarks, and pension trends in terms of what we're seeing globally, and also how you can adopt a proactive communication strategy to mitigate some of the headline risk that pensions all over the world are currently faced with. So that being said, we'd like to start off with performance review best practices. One of the first things we were asked to do is to look at the incentive process that you have in place and quickly have some comments on it. And when you look at incentive plans, we've been doing this for decades. I can't tell you how many I do, but there's one key underlying element that holds true to all incentive plans, and that's really about working at that self-esteem level. Everyone in their employment wants to be recognized for the contributions that they're making to an organization. And more importantly, your high performers need to be recognized for the performance that they're contributing to your organization. If they're not getting that recognition, if they're not getting recognized for the contributions that they're making in your organization, that's when you start dealing with attrition. When you talk about the psychological element, this is something that I talk about all over North America in terms of the psychology of incentives. It's that recognition that is key. And one of the key things
Brad, can I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
Your PowerPoint is not showing, so why don't we just have the internal team just let us know what page you're on and we can have them posted. I don't see anything showing before the board or the committee, so I just want to make sure there we go.
Okay.
Christina's going to share it, so if you can just let her know which page.
Okay, can we get on page 4, please?
Thank you.
Excellent. Now this is going to get awkward because we have animations in here. Can we try sharing again? Because it showed me that I was sharing. Now, can everyone see that?
I think it's starting to come in now.
Perfect.
All right, there you go.
Excellent, excellent. My apologies for that. On my end, it did show that that I was sharing, so not sure what happened there. So in terms of the overall recognition, it's that esteem level. One of the key things that we noticed is that when we spoke to most of you about the performance management plan within your organization, a lot of people were referring to it as a bonus. And there's a significant difference between a bonus and an incentive. And that's one of the key things that we're going to ask your organization to do, is to try to refrain from using the word bonus, because bonus at times can have an underlying right associated with it. And an incentive is something different. Incentive is completely attributed towards the performance that you've achieved, the measurable goals that you've worked towards. And that's what we're going to try and get you to focus on. In terms of why performance management plans fail, and there's a lot of this out there in the space right now with regard to differing opinions about incentive plans. One key thing that we see is that all plans start with great intentions, great aspirations, but often they fail because of poor design. They're not designed in a way that actually meets the needs of the organization, or a way that enhances the overall buy-in, enhances the overall accountability within the organization itself. Also, we see poor execution. So you have great design, but let's be honest, people's day jobs get busy. People get bogged down with things, and sometimes key elements within the plan tend to get overlooked or overstepped because they just feel that there are other more important things to do. And if you're not adhering to a logical process, something that is something that your employees can trust and anticipate, then it starts to fall apart. And that's where the execution really starts to play a role in the demise of the plan. When you look at a positive incentive plan, and when we say incentive plan, it is truly must be at risk. It's at risk pay, because by putting in a plan that is truly at risk, now you're mitigating your own risk, because you're not paying out incentives for performance and contributions that you're not benefiting from. And so when you look at an effective plan, first and foremost, it has to be clear. It has to be clear on the expectations and the process. And this is one thing that we heard time and time again with the trustees, is that the process is something that people were just, they weren't clear on the process, and that has caused problems in the past. It promotes buy-in, and it promotes buy-in from all the people who are participating in the plan, making sure that they have an opportunity to interact in shaping it, in terms of negotiating it and establishing what those objectives and targets are. And once they do that, the accountability is enhanced tenfold. It's based on influence. So when you look at the line of sight between a participant within your organization and what they're expected to achieve, if there is a blurred line, or if there isn't a real strong connectivity between the participant and the expectation, then the influence tends to be negated. And what ends up happening is the people who are participating tend to back away. They're not as committed to it. They don't trust it as much, because they feel that they really don't have any influence or impact on what that expectation is. It's assessed on attainability. And this is another thing that we recognize, is that when you look at attainability, there's a way to calibrate this. And we're going to get into this later on in the session. But it has to do with an objective, fair measure around what is realistic and what is not. And everyone comes in, and Peter and I could share many examples of this, where we come in and work with an organization. I have one organization, a new CEO came in, very ambitious, decided to change all of the targets because he was different and he wanted to impress the board. What ended up happening was that attainability factor was way out of whack, and they ended up suffering from a very high level of attrition, because people recognized that what was being put in front of them was absolutely impossible and had never been tested before. And when we came in and were asked to actually assess the attainability and recalibrate those targets, the attrition levels ended up leveling off. But there has to be some sort of objective measure around what is fair and what is not. Has to rely on strong communication. And that's not just communication at the beginning and in the end of the year, which a lot of plans really focus on. Is the beginning, when you start to shape the performance plan and what those objectives and targets will be. And at the end, in terms of what you achieve, there's no communication in between. And that's where a lot of plans fall short, because there's a lot that happens within that 12-month annual fiscal cycle. And there needs to be some check-ins throughout. Otherwise, you could be caught completely off guard. For example, no one could have predicted a global pandemic before 2020. No one could have predicted that. And so you need to have a way to check in to make sure that you're testing the measures, you're testing the model, you're testing the expectations, so that you have an opportunity to readjust at any time if things have slightly changed. They have to be simple. Any of you who have gone through proxy circulars of large investment or large banking institutions will look at incredibly complex plans. And although we do work with a lot of these institutions, we advocate simplicity, because that is the way you're going to increase buy-in, and that's how you're going to increase accountability throughout that annual cycle. It has to be renewable, meaning that is not something that gets reinvented on an annual basis. It's something that just gets tweaked, updated, enhanced, but is not completely reinvented on an annual basis. And finally, they're affordable in terms of having done a stress test to know that you will be able to cover whatever incentives are allowed or owed to your participants. If not, then you could be in a world of trouble. Or if you start looking at whether or not you can or cannot afford this, what ends up happening is a lot of your employees will update their CVs, go for longer lunches, and suddenly be working for other organizations. And so you want to make sure that you are able to address that affordability factor. From our conversations directly with all of you, again, we appreciate your time. We can say that your plan is relatively simple. It is a renewable plan. It's something that doesn't have to be reinvented. It can just be updated and tweaked on a regular basis. And it is relatively affordable in terms of what those overall incentive levels are. Questions that we had was around clarity, as I mentioned before, the buy-in, because oftentimes people aren't really engaged throughout the cycle. Buy-in could definitely be a question. Influence, oftentimes, and we'll get into influence with regard to some of these elements in a bit. Attainability, it's our understanding that some of these targets have not been really objectively tested. And then also strong communication. Some things that we heard was that from time to time, not just the participant, but the trustees were unclear in terms of, you know, what were the measures, what did the measures really mean, and what was happening between the beginning of the year and the end of the year. There was little communication in between, or if there was communication, not everyone was being informed. These are relatively easy things to address. And we have to stress this. Those top line issues are things that definitely can be improved. And it's definitely, we think, that things that we can work with you to enhance as we move forward. In terms of establishing objectives, best practice is to establish what are called SMART objectives. We advocate you go one step further, and this is to look at the ethics around that plan and the correlation of the objectives to what you're expecting all of the participants to achieve and to do. And are they risk weighted? Looking at what are some of the indirect risks associated with the objectives and the targets that you put out there. You look at the economic downturn in 2008, 2009, most incentive plans had not been properly risk assessed. And so those correlations between some of those risk factors were not actually addressed. And what ended up happening was they precipitated throughout the economy and we had a big problem. So these are the things that we advocate in terms of best practices, not just specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound objectives, but also the addition of ethical and risk-weighted elements in the objectives as well. When you look at an overall balanced scorecard in terms of establishing a tool where participants can participate or to manage their overall incentive, we advocate that a very simple scorecard be established for every participant. And it's strictly just a one-page document that has all of the performance targets in it, with the measures in terms of what are the targets associated with that. What is the weighting in terms of what is the weighting placed on that, which is the emphasis within the overall 100% annual incentive. What importance are you placing on each of these objectives? And then ultimately, what are the dollar amounts associated with each of the objectives? Because that is where the incentive lies. That's where people say, if I achieve X at this level, I will receive Y. There's a direct line and a direct correlation between this, and you want to maintain that incentive strength, that the strength of the carrot as much as possible. Most plans will have what we call a takeaway plan, which is a 0 to 100% scale. So as much of an objective you can achieve, that's how much of that target you're going to achieve. So it's a 0 to 100%. But when we look at these plans, we say, well, there's a certain level of performance that you would still end up paying an incentive for, but doesn't necessarily help your organization in terms of its overall health and sustainability. And this is where we say that you really should broaden out the scope of the plan. And so a best practice that we advocate is establishing what is that bare minimum performance that you expect your participants to achieve on each of those objectives to gain any part of their incentive. So, what is it we need as a minimum performance to stay sustainable? And then that's really between the threshold and target when you start paying out any incentive within any of your defined objectives. Likewise, how do you not stop your high performers for slowing down once they get close to that target? How do you incentivize these individuals to keep going, to not take their foot off the gas so that they can keep that momentum and keep achieving as much as they can throughout the year? And that's where the inclusion of a superior target or a superior performance level really helps to drive performance, because once you have that element out there, what we know is that that becomes the target. That's a real number. That's a real promise. And so therefore, that is what people are trying to achieve, because they know that if they can achieve that level of performance, they're going to be rewarded and recognized for it. From a calibration standpoint, we often say threshold performance, which is that bare minimum standard that you need to be sustainable, that should be relatively an 80% of the time, an 80% probability. So you should achieve threshold performance about 80% of the time at a given performance level. Targets, likewise, should be only achieved 60% of the time. And that means that 40% of the time, you're not hitting that target level. And then going beyond that target, between target and superior, you should be going beyond that level into that superior performance up to that maximum defined level, roughly 20% of the time. Type A people really have a problem with this. Type A people say it's all or nothing, 100% or nothing. And we say no. The best way to do this, the best way to have a really healthy plan that allows you to continue striving and continue to perform beyond those target levels on an annual basis, is having something that has that 80, 60, 20 probability associated with it. When you look at it from a general rule of thumb, that 80% of the time, you should be achieving that relatively about 8 out of every 10 years within your previous year's performance. Target performance, 6 out of 10 years. And maximum performance, only 2 out of 10 years. If you have an organization where that maximum level is being hit 90% of the time, 9 out of 10 years, 8 out of 10 years, now all of a sudden that superior performance becomes a given, and that becomes an expectation. That's not a target, and that's not really incentivizing people to do what we would call a superior performance or the achievement of superior performance on an annual basis. When you look at the general process, this is kind of the best practice chart that we often put up when we're talking about performance management planning and the establishment of a strong plan. It always starts on that left-hand side with the strategic business objectives. So that's during the design phase. There's a design phase, stress testing phase, an evaluation phase, and a payout phase. And you always start with that strategy. Your strategy should always be that cornerstone that helps to define what it is you're expecting your employees to achieve, to accomplish on that annual basis. And so you start with a strong strategic plan in place. From there, you're going to define your short-term and long-term targets to make sure that you're aligned with achieving that strategic plan. Then you're going to design your plan in terms of what are the best elements to have in your plan to help achieve those targets and to incentivize your people to make sure you're utilizing the vehicles you have at your discretion to the best of their ability. Then you're going to assess risk. What is the risk within this model? What are the risks of the objectives that we put in place? What are the risk profile of the targets we put in place? The payout, what we would call a payout curve. Is it incentivizing more and more risk? Is it a steady state, linear type risk profile? Or is it something that slightly changes that could incentivize people to take a bit more risk if they're closer to a specific threshold level? Finally, once all of that work is done after the stress testing, the board will approve that ultimate design. And then you move into the evaluation phase where you're going into your regular meetings. You're going to be evaluating performance on a regular basis. And ultimately, that's the board that's overseeing this, or a government agency. It's a government oversight as well. And then finally, at the end of that cycle, after the payout, you're going to look back and say, how do we improve this cycle? How do we tweak it to best serve our needs and to make it even more impactful to our organization going forward? If you can do this on an annual basis and have a regular cycle, and you can engage the participants throughout this cycle, we can guarantee that it will enhance that accountability and buy-in. If people buy into the plan, if they feel that they're part of this process and solution, then at the end of each year, they have no one to point to or no one to blame if targets and performance is not achieved. And this is a really strong element within this cycle. Some organizations feel that objectives and targets need to be achieved or established within a box, and then they need to be communicated to participants, and then those expectations are either achieved or met or not met at the end of the year. That does not enhance that buy-in and accountability at the end, because there's always that scapegoat at the end where people can say, well, I was never engaged in this. I was never asked. And therefore, if I was asked at the beginning of the year, I would have told you that these things could not have been achieved because of X, Y, or Z. You never want to be in that situation. You want to have a real fluid plan where people have an opportunity to be engaged, and that actually further commits their overall accountability into the annual cycle as well. In terms of communication, again, this is something that board members had expressed some concern around in terms of not knowing what the communication plan was or how it was being addressed on an annual basis. And communication is key throughout the year. And so you want to make sure that you have a strong plan that provides communication opportunities throughout the year, not just at the beginning and the end of each fiscal year, as I mentioned earlier. And these are opportunities to share expectations and concerns going forward. It helps to reinforce the strategic plan. If there's anything in the objectives or anything on anyone's scorecard that is not aligned with the strategic plan, there's a misalignment there, and therefore there's a problem with the overall communication of the plan and the alignment of the plan. Understanding that this strengthens buy-in as well, as you have these communication opportunities to strategize on how you're going to achieve these objectives and what these targets could or should be. And finally, it sets a stage for a beneficial process where you have your objectives and your goal setting, you have a mid-year assessment and a final end of year results. That's a bare minimum in terms of your engagement. So there should be at bare minimum 3 key checkpoints on an annual basis that you're adhering to. And a consistent follow through so that people trust the cycle, they trust the process, and they can anticipate the process as you continue on with your program. That is key as well. So in terms of the communication cycle, as I mentioned earlier, best plan is to have your SMARTER objectives established at the beginning of the year. That's your initial meeting where you're going to be sitting down with Marcy and saying, okay, because Marcy is the key executive that you're responsible for, you're going to actually clarify expectations on both sides in terms of what needs to be achieved for us to move forward and to realize our strategy. What targets are we expecting, and how will you be rewarded if you can achieve these targets? There's an opportunity for input. So an opportunity for any of the plan participants, Marcy, with your board, with your committee, for her to actually have input into this and to say, here's where I think what we can achieve and how we can achieve it. And there's a chance for you to negotiate and barter. And again, keeping that fair, keeping that objective wherever you can, so that you overall can look at that attainability level, which is really key. Negotiation that strengthens accountability. As I mentioned before, that initial meeting is an opportunity for that negotiation to take place and for that participant to truly be accountable for that performance that's expected to be achieved throughout that year. And it's an identification of potential challenges. So we have some clients who, as I mentioned before, would establish those objectives, amongst themselves at the board level, and the potential challenges are never really communicated. And so therefore, at the end of the year, challenges tend to be surfaced and that doesn't really help achieve those objectives or to incentivize someone to achieve those objectives. And so by having an opportunity to have a conversation up front, it allows you to truly delve into what are some of the obstacles that that could be in play that could actually hinder our organization's ability to achieve the targets that that we would like or hope to achieve. Then a really important one is that mid-year meeting. And this is one where people often overlook the process and say, well, we're busy, you know, we're moving well, everything's good, it's okay. But this check-in is vital. It's vital because this gives you an opportunity to understand, you know, what is the current performance of this participant, and to have a conversation around that, to talk about some of the challenges that might have occurred. So for instance, the emergence of COVID last year, or an economic downturn that suddenly happened that precipitated a major problem in multiple asset classes. These are things that need to be discussed. And also, if it's out of the overall control of an individual, this is an opportunity for you to have a discussion around objectives. And we say only if absolutely necessary. If something has occurred within the first 6 months of that annual cycle that has completely caught everyone off guard, now it's an opportunity for you to recalibrate things. So a lot of funds last year at that mid-year point looked at their COVID situation and said, we really need to address this because it has a material impact on our fund. It has a huge impact on the way in which we can get our work done and the overall motivation and retention of key staff. And so how do we kind of right the ship to make sure we're addressing these concerns so that we can still stay on track for the end of the year? So this would have been an opportunity for a lot of organizations to make some minor adjustments, to add in some key objectives as well, to recognize the fact that things have changed. Also, it provides clarity on how success can be achieved. We often say you have to be proactive in these engagements. And so just the same way that you will have expectations of Marcy coming and interacting with your board, Marcy herself should have the same expectations for her direct reports, and so on and so forth as you cascade down your organization. When you look at these engagement opportunities, there has to be proactive. Passive plans that don't expect participants to come in and actively participate in the plan really is where the execution falls short. And so we are strong advocates for that proactive participation where all participants in an incentive plan need to attend every meeting with ideas on their own personal objectives, what those targets and weightings can be, what is fair and reasonable, what is it that they feel they can achieve on that attainability side. And they need to come with real solutions to real problems. This is not an opportunity for people to complain, but it's really about coming in and addressing some of the challenges that are in place and having solutions ready to communicate so that they're not just coming in and receiving a data dump or performance dump from the evaluator, but they're coming in knowing how they're performing at that point, where the challenges are, and having solutions that they can start to discuss and negotiate so that they are really solutions oriented. And also focusing on teams. There's a lot of work on teams and the importance of teams and the strength of teams. And we would say that the communication in all of these meetings, Marcy down through your whole organization, should be focused on what the organization, what each team can achieve, because that's where you're going to have a significant impact on the motivation of each participant in an incentive plan. And we say everyone walking in should not be walking into a meeting in a black box, expecting to hear what their performance is and to achieve or to receive their overall performance metrics. They need to the plan needs to be so simple and so clear that when they walk in, they know where they are at each level, because there's proper definitions around each of the objectives on how things are being measured, what each performance level is within those measurement scales, so that everyone has clarity, so that the participant comes in and says, I know where I'm at. Let's talk about solutions and how we can continue improving and getting better and better each year. finally, at the end of the year, again, this is not a data dump. This is not where they're just going to receive the end results of the performance and how much their incentive is going to be. It's about understanding the overall performance. What were the challenges? What are the solutions to those challenges going forward? It's really about talking about the improvement and the learnings that you've gained from the past 12 months and how you can apply that knowledge and experience towards the next fiscal year and do even better. It's an opportunity to strategize. Again, this is performances in the past. This is what happened. Yes, but this is how we're going to strategize going forward. And this is how we're going to achieve greater success in the coming year. And with this, I'm going to pass it over to Peter, and he's going to talk about compensation benchmarking best practices.
Thanks, Brad. And Brad, if I can just ask you to walk through the slides, that'd be great. I'm going to start off by talking about compensation best practices, and it all starts with the foundation. The foundation of any compensation review, setting up your program, is really making sure that everyone is clear on the compensation philosophy, the philosophy that your board and your organization has on how it pays its people and why it pays its people what they do. And the key characteristics of this philosophy, and there are a few that come to mind. The first one is purpose and objectives. What are those key principles of your program? Is it pay for performance alignment? Is it tying more to the longer term versus the shorter run? What impact does salary have on your way of thinking, that type of thing? All of these things go into setting what's the purpose and the objectives of setting the program and the compensation structure that you have in place. The next thing you want to do in that philosophy is outline all of the different elements of compensation that are offered. So that's talking about things like obviously a base salary, an annual or a shorter term incentive, longer term incentives, which are increasingly becoming more and more a part of pension funds and the way that they pay their investment professionals and their senior executives, but also other things like what role does the retirement or the pension plan and the pension eligibility have to play? What about any other perquisites or benefits that might come from state employment and things like that, that the state might offer through healthcare benefits and things like that. So you want to outline each of those elements of pay and why they are important and what's the intent of using each of those elements of pay within the overall pay program. The next piece is a compensation mix. And what we mean by that is how much of a weighting on pay is based on base salary? How much weighting is placed on the annual incentive? How much is placed on longer term incentives? How much is placed on the pension and the benefits and the perquisites and things like that? And what you'll find is increasingly as you make your way up to more senior levels of the organization, it's really that incentive pay, that short and that longer term incentive pay that will make up the large portion or a very high portion of the overall pay package. And those other ancillary benefits, while still making up a meaningful amount, make up less and less a portion of someone's overall pay mix when you compare them to someone at a more junior level of the organization. And that's the compensation mix is where we're starting to see the most change. If you look at U.S. pension funds, if we look at, say, Canadian and international pension funds, that's where a mix that historically was very much focused on base salary only and maybe a small annual incentive has now been broadened out so that, yes, you're paying market competitive salaries, but you're increasing that at risk, that incentive pay, that portion that's put to annual incentives, increasingly that portion that's put towards longer term incentives that are measuring multi-year forward-looking performance. That's the biggest change that we're seeing if we look at the pay mix, say 10, 15 years ago to what we're seeing now, is that greater emphasis and focus on the at-risk incentive pay. You want to make sure that that philosophy has a well-defined peer group. And we talked a lot through a lot of the board interviews with all of you around peer group. And you want to establish not only necessarily the names of the organizations that are in that peer group, but what are some of the characteristics? What's their relative size compared to CalPERS? What is the complexity in terms of their operations? How much of their assets are managed in-house versus externally? Those types of things. So you want to look at things like geography, size, complexity of the operations, all those different characteristics, and making sure that that peer group hits those set of characteristics that you look at and say, yeah, that makes a good peer for our organization. Other ways to look at it too is, where are we currently losing or recruiting talent from? And that's another way. And what are the characteristics of those types of organizations? And you want to make sure that that peer group that you set is meeting as many of those characteristics and criteria as possible. Once you've established that overall peer group, you want to look at your positioning relative to that peer group. Where do you want to be positioned? Do you want to be positioned at the midpoint of the peer group? Is there a rationale for being placed at the 75th percentile or at the 25th percentile? And a lot of the times you look at your relative size compared to that peer group and say, yeah, you know what, it makes sense for us to be more or less at the median, or no, maybe we have to be a little bit on the higher end if we're a little bit larger on a relative size perspective. But this philosophy should clearly outline where you want to position overall pay within the peer group. And then lastly, you want to make sure that you have a good overview of the governance and oversight of the program, different delegations of authority. What does the board and the PCTM committee have specific oversight off of and authority to approve? And what are you delegating to the CEO and to staff in order to basically fulfill and make those compensation adjustments? So you want to make sure that your philosophy has all of these key elements as part of it. And if there's any one of these where you're lacking some clarity, then you want to make sure that you get that clarity moving forward. And one thing we did know when we looked at, the overall philosophy and strategy at CalPERS is, currently you are benchmarking pay relative to total cash compensation, which means salary plus annual incentive. And one thing we would encourage you to think about and consider moving forward as we look at potentially making any tweaks to this philosophy is to start thinking of it more holistically and looking at it from what we call total direct compensation, which is your salary, your annual incentive, and then that long-term incentive. And the reason we say that is you've now adopted a long-term incentive that makes up, especially again at the more senior levels, a larger and larger portion of the overall pay. And so you want to make sure that when you're referencing that overall positioning, that you're positioning yourselves competitively from that total direct perspective, and you're including that long-term incentive. Because if you're just focusing on total cash, you could be leaving a large gap to the marketplace. So just something to consider moving forward. We quickly also wanted to talk about, when it comes to pay reviews and compensation governance best practices, how we at GGA typically approach our workings with boards and with different committees. And you'll see the direct arrows, which are reporting relationships essentially. So yes, we report in to the PCTM. We have what we call a dotted line between the broader board and with management, because one of our key differentiators to us and our peers is we like to have a collaborative approach. So we like to gain the views of not just the PCTM committee members, but the broader board on what's working, what's not working with pay. What do they like to see? What are their concerns with the current compensation program? We also, where warranted and where allowed based on certain sunshine rules, like to gain the views of management and make sure we understand where management is coming from. And it goes back to what Brad was mentioning earlier about buy-in. If you're just getting one side's view on things and not hearing the full perspective, are you going to be able at the end of the day to build that level of buy-in and trust from both sides? And so that's why we have those dotted relationships, in the sense that we get the views of both the broader board and management. And the one thing we don't do is we don't engage in any other sort of ancillary services to management, things like actuarial consulting, things like advising on pay below the investment professional and executive level, providing investment advice. Another big one is search, so executive search. We see all of those as potential conflicts, and so we just wanted to differentiate that and make that clear for the committee that we don't provide any of those ancillary services. We work for the board, work for the committee, and get those collaborative views at the end of the day. Next slide there, Brad. So what are the types of compensation that are typically reviewed as part of a pay practice review? Those top three are the key buckets. So I'm sure in the past, when you've engaged other firms like a McLaughlin or something like that, they'll give you base salary, shorter term incentives. I would suggest that moving forward, you should be looking at long-term incentives as well, because that is part of your overall pay package that you're now offering at CalPERS. But those are typically the three most common elements that are looked at. Typically, you bring in an independent third party to help you with those types of things. But then you have these three other buckets, whether it's accumulated and realized LTIP gains, retirement benefits, and perquisites. These are things that oftentimes can be managed in-house, and you can keep a track of how you're doing in those areas. Oftentimes, retirement and healthcare benefits are typically mandated, and you have a pretty defined formula. So there's not much you can do there, but you can work with staff to figure out what's that cost or what's that benefit that's giving to certain employees. Same thing with perquisites. But one thing we do, and we offer it as a service, is while management and staff can definitely do a concordance and say, yes, based on these level of investment results, here's what the annual incentive payout should look like in the future. Here's what the long-term incentive payout should look like. What some organizations have asked us to do as the independent compensation advisor is actually provide a third-party audit of the incentive payouts and verify that, again, based on the custodial results that are provided, that the calculated payouts and earnings that people will gain under these incentive programs, that they align. And it's just that additional sort of reality check, that additional assurance for the committee that the independent third party has verified these payouts and can calculate it. So that is something that, while we put it, it sometimes can overlap with what staff is doing. It is another area where we've seen some organizations look to bring us in, is to verify those incentive payouts on an annual basis and those longer term incentives when those performance periods are over. But all of these different areas should be reviewed on a regular basis, either by an independent third party or at least having a check-in with staff. And a good rule of thumb, we don't put this on the pages, no, you shouldn't go any more than 2 to 3 years without doing a dive and looking at the marketplace to see what we're offering for salary, is that competitive, what we're offering for short-term incentive or annual incentive, and what we're offering for long-term incentive, is it competitive? And so you should be looking every 2 to 3 years to be conducting such a review. And we understand it has been a couple of years since that review's been done, even potentially even longer than that. So we would encourage, as part of potentially the next year's work plan, for the committee to really think about doing a more deeper dive into each of these areas and making sure you're comfortable with the level of pay that you're offering to your senior executives, but also to your investment staff. Can't stress enough the importance of using similar peers. I talked about it at a high level before. You want to look at, again, organizations that are similar size. So do they have a similar level of assets under management? Do they have a similar number of members? Do they have a certain, a similar level of budget that they have on a regular basis? So different things like that, and looking at it from a size. And typically that size is ideally 0.5 or half to 2 times the size of your organization. Sometimes we'll stretch that a little bit and go to 1/4 to 4 times the size of your organization, but you don't want to go much more than that, because you want to try and at least have reasonably sized peers within your subset. And again, knowing that CalPERS is one of the, if not the largest fund in the United States, obviously getting those larger size peers is tricky. And that's where looking at other things like similar sectors, similar regions from a geographical perspective, that's where potentially looking and saying, we are one of the largest, or if not the largest organization or peer group, so maybe we need to target at a little bit of the higher end of the range given our relative size. These are all things to consider when you're finalizing that philosophy on pay. Ultimately, though, you want to be looking at positions that are similar in scope, and that's where the size can really be helpful, and then similar in terms of responsibilities. And one of the ways you can look at that is the degree to which you manage your assets and investments internally versus externally. Because measuring CalPERS against an organization that solely outsources all of their investment decisions is probably not the best comparison. Also taking into account the fact that you're also managing the pension administration side, especially at the executive level, in addition to investments. That's another area where if you look at other peers, you might say, yeah, our scope is a little bit larger than that. So ultimately, you want to be working towards that apples to apples comparison at the end of the day, and make sure that you understand what your peers are doing, and that you as a committee and as a board are comfortable with not only the pay levels, but the structure of pay that you're offering. In terms of enhancing organizational effectiveness, in terms of compensation benchmarking, ultimately those decisions that you're making need to align to the mission, the vision, and the values of the organization. So again, your philosophy on pay is going to be driven at a foundational level by that mission, by those visions, by those values, and the overall strategy of the organization. And then you can tie that compensation design to that strategy, making sure that if you're paying out these incentive awards and you're making any adjustments to the base salary levels, that's aligning with the performance of the individual and the performance that's guiding you towards that strategic vision over the next few years. And again, if you have a well thought out, a program that has lots of buy-in from the staff, that's going to ultimately improve your attraction, your retention, and your performance of your staff, because everyone's working towards those common objectives in their own little ways. And really what you can do through a compensation benchmarking exercise, or what we'll call a compensation fairness opinion, is make sure that things are aligning appropriately, and that your strategy, you're articulating it, your philosophy is tying into your performance management and your talent management, and making sure that you're meeting the needs of your staff and meeting the needs of the members at a whole over a long-term basis. Very quickly, after talking about compensation benchmarking, I'm going to just talk about the setting of relative value add benchmarks and the purpose of these benchmarks. Ultimately, these benchmarks help to define the broad investment opportunities set for board and staff. So it allows you to, again, track how you're performing, and especially if you're tying your performance to say an S&P 500 or something like that, it allows you to track how you're performing against the broader capital markets on a regular basis. It helps you to align the expected risk and return of your portfolio from an asset allocation perspective with the execution of that policy. So what that means is you might not want to take on as much risk as the broader marketplace, or as, say, a derivative strategy or something like that. And so you can now align those benchmarks accordingly and make the appropriate adjustments to make sure that that benchmark is aligning with the risk and return profile of your portfolio. It allows you to ultimately measure staff's performance in executing on your policy. So you have certain objectives that you set out. It's the 7%. We want to beat the benchmark index by X number of basis points. It allows you to then measure and see how are we doing against that target that we set out. And ultimately, it also allows you to measure the effectiveness of your asset allocation policy with other alternative policies as well. And I think it's important to realize that depending on which of these areas you pick, these may require a different benchmark selection. And we play a part in this sort of performance benchmarking exercise, but you would obviously also work with your outside investment consultant, and they would definitely provide you with some guidance in terms of best practices, what they're seeing in terms of the different clients that they work with and the different investment committees that they work with. But it's ultimately a situation where both the investment consultant and your independent compensation consultant should be working together as part of any review of the performance benchmarks. And Brad, there we go. If we can just, if you look at the different roles that we would play, the investment consultants will review and recommend benchmarks. And those benchmarks are very often used for both the investment policy purposes, but also when you're determining incentive compensation. They're also going to provide opinions on changes that are required to the benchmarks and parameters and how that affects the incentive compensation. And typically this has to do with your discussions around asset allocation policy, Maybe you want to take on more risk. Maybe you want to take on less risk. Maybe you've changed the overall weighting of, say, private equity or infrastructure within the portfolio, and you've reduced global equities and fixed income. All of that will then tie into, the benchmark that you potentially select, as well as what the performance expectation should be against that benchmark. In terms of us as compensation consultants, we're going to review those market practices, look at how does your benchmark compare to other funds and what we're seeing in that marketplace. In terms of the value add performance, how does that tie in to the value add performance expectations of other funds? It just allows you to understand the broader marketplace for that. It allows us as well to analyze the impact of certain changes. And we do this a lot for our clients where, if they say we want to change the benchmark to this and we want to change the expectation to this amount, to Brad's earlier point, we'll do that look back analysis. We'll look at, on a forward-looking basis, under different performance scenarios, what would the payout have been for the last 5 years if we had used this benchmark? How does that compare to what you actually paid out historically? Looking forward, what would you plan to pay out under the current level of performance, and what could you potentially pay out with this new revised benchmark? So we'll do that type of analysis as well to really quantify the impact from an incentive perspective of changes to the overall benchmarks. And then lastly, I mentioned this earlier, oftentimes us as consultants, we will audit the incentive payouts in relation to performance on an annual basis. So we'll actually provide that independent third-party perspective and sign off. That is something that we also help with as well. So all of these different things that come into play. In terms of some high-level market best practices, and I believe that CalPERS, does a really good job it's, following a lot of these. One is total fund benchmarks. So utilizing a policy benchmark. So basically looking at, the target weights of different asset classes times the actual benchmark performance to get to that total fund performance. So that's quite common, something we see in the marketplace. Asset class benchmarks, although not specifically included in the incentive awards, and we'll get into that as part of another agenda item. We do know that you definitely are tracking asset class benchmarks and making sure that those benchmarks do reflect a reasonable and viable opportunity set, compared to your risk and return profile. So you're definitely looking at that. Potentially using customized benchmarks where warranted, and that's usually where a benchmark just doesn't meet that risk and return profile, 100% correctly. And so you need to make sure that you're customizing the results there to make sure that it's a more apples to apples comparison to the level of risk that you are willing to take on. And again, this is something that your investment consultant can definitely work with you to figure out what that customized benchmark looks like, but it is something that we see used quite often in the marketplace. And then lastly, making sure that you're tying in those investment expectations and those investment benchmarks with your incentive compensation is another very common policy. So you don't want to necessarily have one set of expectations for investment performance and another set of expectations that you're applying on the incentive compensation side. You want to make sure there's some alignment between the two. And so all of these different things, you should be looking and making sure, do we check the boxes in all of these areas? And if you've done that, you're moving in the right direction. Ultimately, if you look at, looking at both internal and external reviews, and we have a little graphic that will show this. Internally, you can look at historical look-back analysis, and that's what I talked about earlier. If we had performed at this certain level of performance historically and on a go-forward basis, what would we have paid out? What would that level of performance resulted in from an expectations perspective? But then, if you can mirror that in and blend that in with an external review, working with your investment consultants, working with even us as compensation consultants to say, what are our peers doing? What are the performance expectations that they're setting? And are we aligned with the external market and our peers? If you can do a good blend and look at a review and assess both of these areas and come up with benchmarks that do a good job of blending in the considerations of both, that is a best practice. You want to not be looking at these things in isolation as silos, but you want to be looking at them holistically as part of any incentive benchmark review and saying, okay, we understand this is what the market is saying, but what's the impact internally on us as an organization? And if there is an impact, are we comfortable with that level of impact? And so that's really the critical thing. If you're doing one without looking at the other, you might lead to some unintended consequences. And that's again where knowing what your peers do is great, but making sure you understand the impact internally on incentives moving forward and things like that is an important piece to be aware of. Consequently.
Our board is currently open and offering the following amenities.
I don't know if I can mute someone, but someone's not on mute. There we go. What we want to do here is just highlight some select U.S. funds that specifically talk about how they incorporate benchmarks into the setting of incentive performance. And so if we look at Texas Teachers, they look at it and they measure relative to appropriate predefined benchmarks in their asset allocation and benchmark tables, and they actually apply it right to the board's investment policy statement. If we look at the state of Wisconsin's investment board, incentive is only earned when portfolio and fund performance surpasses thresholds that are set by the trustee, and they work, like I mentioned, with their industry consultants to figure out what those thresholds are. And then lastly, the Virginia Retirement Systems talks about awarding incentives or bonuses to investment professionals under a pay plan that's based on the performance of the investments, and they measure that based on benchmarks over 3 and 5 year periods. So just some selected examples, CalSTRS would have a similar type of language in their sort of investment policies. But essentially, you want to make sure that you're tying in, your incentive awards to those investment results in some form or fashion. And very quickly, I'm going to walk you through just some high-level pension fund trends. As Brad, I think, mentioned earlier, we could spend a whole hour and a half just on this alone, but we wanted to just highlight at a very high level some of the key trends that we're seeing in the marketplace. And I know one of them, it's not showing yet on the screen, relates to asking yourself what needs to change. Is there anything that needs to change? What can we improve upon ultimately? And then lastly, is there a better way to do things? And you'll hear Brad and I say this a lot throughout hopefully the many other conversations that we have. The kiss of death is saying this is the way we've always done things, and we can't change anything. You always want to be thinking about how can we improve? Is there a better way for us to do things? Is there a better way for us to communicate our expectations to the CEO and to the CIO and others? So always be asking yourself, how can we improve upon? What can we learn in terms of best practices and take back to our work on the CalPERS board? And we wanted to just ensure you and make you aware that full funding is still very much possible. There's a lot of funds out there that might be saying, we're at 60, 70%, and it's just, I don't know how we're ever going to get there. Are we ever going to get there? And the great thing is when we look at some research done by organizations such as Mercer, you can see that funding ratios, especially in Canada and internationally, are at 100% or higher. The median ratio from a funding perspective is 96% in this specific study. So full funding is definitely possible. Making those improvements to get closer to full funding status is possible. And so we just have to always remind ourselves to not let the politicians and the critics tell us that it's not possible. And we can tell you through many, many years working with funds in the United States, but also in Canada and internationally, that 15, 20, 25 years ago, they were in similar situations. And it's not going to settle itself overnight, as you all know. But if you can continue to make those tweaks, continue to look at, putting in place strong pay for performance plans, trying to, fill some of that gap from a market perspective to the private sector, from a pay perspective, knowing that you'll never, you don't want to be paying the full private sector rates, but knowing that you can try and, fill some of that gap possible. These are all strategies that have been used historically and have led to, some organizations getting to full funded status, if not even higher. If I reflect back on, say, HOOP, the Healthcare of Ontario pension plan, I think they're 118% funded, and they just keep putting their foot to the pedal to make sure that they're continuing to generate those returns for their members. So why consider alternative models? We like to sum it down into 5 buckets of different ways in which you can reduce your pension deficits. And I think the most common ones that have been the most often thought about and have always been used is we're going to increase contribution rates. That's not a popular thing. It's sometimes necessary, of course, and you've had to do that in California to do that. But it's not a popular way in which to reduce that pension deficit. If we look at other ways, another unpopular thing is decreasing benefits. And again, these are definitely ways to do it, but they're not the most popular, and they're going to obviously impact members and employers more so than ever. And so what we say is there are 3 other buckets that can definitely play a role in reducing the overall pension deficit. And one is improved governance. And what we say by governance is making sure you're following proper policies, procedures, making sure that you're asking the right questions around not only compensation, but other governance matters. And I'm sure you work through your governance committee to try and always be improving your overall fund governance. But that's one area that doesn't get enough consideration. The other one is obviously looking to increase your investment returns. And obviously, if you can increase those investment returns, especially above that 7% actuarial rate of return, you're again going to be eating away at that pension deficit. And then lastly, decreasing operating costs. And I know you went through that exercise as part of the Finance Committee earlier, but all of these 3 areas we find historically don't always get enough attention, pension funds. And we talk about it from larger pension funds, but also smaller and mid-sized pension funds. These are areas that can play an important role in helping to reduce that pension deficit. And some of the recent studies out there have shown that improved governance can save pension funds between 1% and 2%, 100 to 200 basis points on an annual basis. So think of what 1 or 2% extra can do on a portfolio and an investment the size of a CalPERS. If we look at increased investment returns, a lot of the work being done on internal investment management says that you can generate approximately 24 to 30 additional basis points of value add returns above benchmark as you increase the level of internal investment management. Again, all of this adds up. That's now 2.25% and things like that. So all of these things can help in working together to reduce that pension deficit over time. And that's what some of the transformed funds have done over the years. In terms of the board's role, strong governance oversight is key. Having strong financial oversight, things identified include enhanced board composition and skills, regular board evaluations to make sure you're performing at an optimal level, making sure there's clarity on the board and management's roles, and then lastly, making sure that there's a high performance culture in place with competitive compensation being offered. So all of these key areas are areas that have been identified that can help and strengthen your overall governance, helping towards getting those increased investment returns and decreasing those operating costs. And like I mentioned, studies have shown 1 to 2% or 100 to 200 basis points can be saved through good governance. And if we look lastly at what some of the leading funds of today are doing, they're recruiting top investment professionals and highly skilled board members. They're building their internal asset management teams to replace some of the more costly external service providers. They're offering higher compensation to attract, motivate, and retain top talent. And while they definitely are offering higher compensation, so increasing your overall talent costs, these costs are typically substantially lower than the external investment management fees that they're offering. So they're offsetting this cost more than enough to justify that as well. And then oftentimes they have teams that are performing better as investors because you're working towards that aligned mission, working towards that vision of the fund, and they're often incentivized through those strong longer-term incentive plans that really reward them for longer-term performance. And then also, have some global offices at some of the funds as well in other countries and jurisdictions. Ultimately, all of these things are helping them in determining better investment decisions, being able to cut down on those external money management costs. And over time, through making sure that they have a solid funding model, making sure that they have increased internal capabilities, and that they've been able to reduce or eliminate those deficits. Again, not overnight, but over a longer time period. And that's what we're really suggesting here, is continuing to take those steps to build out skill sets and capabilities, and ultimately over the long run being able to increase that funding ratio over time.
Excellent. Now, Henry, I believe you have a question. Oh, you're on mute. Okay, we'll
Yeah, there was some others before me, so Rob will control.
Right. All right. Thank you, Henry. Ms. Taylor.
Yes, thank you. So I had a couple of questions. One is, as we go forward, I think, and I cannot remember the slide way back, but I'm concerned about looking at, and I'm hoping we're not turning that direction, looking at incentivizing per asset class, because we just turned around our fund to look at a total fund value. So I know, and I know this is just a presentation, but I just a little concerned about that because we had some problems with that before. Is there also one question I thought about was, as we consider the incentive programs based on benchmarks of our investments, are we, and you mentioned long-term risk and you mentioned other risks, but one of the things that I remember when I first started is that we didn't have buy-in on an ESG strategy from investment staff until it became part of their incentive plan. So it's important because that also impacts the long-term sustainability of the fund. If we're looking at, I mean, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And if we're doing safer pay at corporations and requiring meeting global standards for the Paris Accords, then we need to be making sure that we're doing that in our own investments as well. So that should be part of our benchmarking as well. And then finally, if we find out that, and I just do want some commentary around this, if we find out that, say, we had an investment strategy that failed miserably, but we didn't see it until the person left, can we include a clawback strategy? So those are my three questions for comments or comments and questions.
Thanks, Teresa. Those are great questions. We'll talk about this a little bit more as part of another agenda item on the incentive metric review. This is something on the asset class performance side that is something that we saw that definitely was unique to a CalPERS, and most pension funds out there will have within the annual incentive plan, not on the longer term. The longer term is always total fund focused, but on the annual incentive plan, we'll typically have, yes, a pretty sizable weighting on total fund performance, but they also, for the asset class specific folks, so not for your CEO, your CIO, your deputy CIO, those types of roles, but for your head of private equity and things like that, oftentimes you will see a weighting placed on asset class performance. So that is something that is pretty market standard. And the idea behind that is, we can talk about this maybe as part of the other agenda item, but it's line of sight and making sure that people are being incentive, yes, on the longer term total fund results, but also having line of sight over what those individuals have control over, and being able to reward those higher performers in certain asset classes, maybe potentially over asset classes that aren't performing as well. So I'll maybe stop there, and then we can talk about it more as part of the other agenda item.
I just want to flag it as we ended up kind of siloed is the problem, and with some pet projects and et cetera that weren't very helpful for returns.
Yeah. And I agree. That's definitely something that we'll need to consider when we look at what that optimal weighting structure looks like. But maybe we'll talk about that as part of that agenda item. But on the ESG front, you had mentioned that as well. I think that is something that increasingly is coming up more and more with the organizations we work with. And that is something to potentially look at and consider how that gets incorporated into the setting of certain objectives. And maybe it's on the individual objective side, but that is something that we're increasingly seeing more and more organizations look at incorporating into their incentive programs is how are we incorporating ESG into our incentive plans.
Well, and Peter, remember, CalPERS actually is a leader in. We are the original signers of Climate Action 100 Plus and Net Zero Alliance. There's a lot of work that we do in this, and it took moving Earth basically to finally get it included in the incentive program, so that staff felt incentivized to continue to move this process forward. So I think it's an important part of any incentive program moving forward, especially, if we're making demands of corporations that, of in the assets that we own, right, of Climate Action 100 Plus, meeting the Paris Climate Accords, or whatever, whether that's worker safety or whatever, then, or say on pay, diversity and inclusion, then I think that somehow or another also has to be measured for our incentive awards for us. Like I said, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
And what we're seeing is more and more public and private funds making announcements and commitments to carbon neutral portfolios, broader commitments to ESG. And they too realize that the only way they can get there is by incentivizing their staff to make it happen. This is a topic that is really quite fascinating. Peter and I run the CalPERS accredited fiduciary program. And on the day that we discuss ESG, there's a vast array of opinions. And I'm sure your board went through it yourselves in terms of, how do you get there, and what are the pros and cons on an investment portfolio. For the longest time, people thought that it had a negative investment impact or a negative return impact, working towards a carbon neutral portfolio. Research is still coming out, and it's still a hot topic. But what you're seeing from a social perspective is commitments are being publicly made. And so therefore, if you're going to commit to it, you have to find a way to actually make it happen. And to your point, incentivization is a great way to make it real for your employees.
Oops. As to the clawback, anybody have an answer on that?
Now, clawbacks are very, very difficult because the people have left, and usually it's a retroactive thing. I actually wrote a piece years ago that suddenly got a lot of traction when you look at the Dodd-Frank Act, and all of a sudden they said there's clawback provisions in here, and everyone said, oh, great, great, great. And I said, no, clawback provisions have been in place since 2001. Sarbanes-Oxley imposed clawback provisions, but no one was able to successfully adhere to them or actually make them work. And so it just was the same old thing. Better way to do that is to have multi-years, compounding years of performance, and have a vesting period of performance. So your long-term incentive plan, if it's holding a lot of that, the grant equity on an annual basis, that's your envelope that you can adjust, because you're holding that grant in trust, and you can make an adjustment there once you realize that there was a retroactive change in performance. That's the most proactive and easiest way to manage it, because chasing employees afterwards when more or less they've spent that money, it's really hard and also very costly from a legal perspective to actually get that money back.
Okay, thank you.
Were there other questions?
Yes, Ms. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brad and Peter, thank you. This has been a really helpful conversation and presentation. I want to go back to pages 8 and 9 from your presentation.
Okay. maybe while Brad's going back, maybe we'll ask the question, and then we'll make sure it's on the screen for everyone.
All right. You know, in many respects, I thought this was the key to almost everything that you were talking about in terms of the difference between threshold, target, and superior performance. Immediately, my concern was that what we're going to end up doing is creating benchmarks that produce a superior reward 7, 8, 9, 10 times out of a decade. And so I've got to believe that comes back to how effective we are in creating what those benchmarks are going to be, and the clarity of the understanding of the participants in the program that getting to superior is something that's going to happen rarely. So could you talk about the communication models that you have for explaining these programs to the people who are going to be participating in them, and how it is that you go about setting those benchmarks to make sure that we are, in fact, getting something that has 80, 60, 20% probabilities?
So typically what we do is we look at previous historic performance. So we do a look back to say, if you were to have these targets in place over the last few years, what would your level of achievement be, your hit rate? And if it varies from the probabilities that we've set out here, we would advocate that you make adjustments to get there. What we find is that anything, if you have objectives and targets that are historically being hit above target, that is the expectation now. And that becomes more of the so-called right of the employees. They feel that they're always going to be getting that superior performance because they're superior performers. But if you can calibrate it properly and do it objectively. So we always say, if you're to go through this exercise, you share the results with the participants. They look at it and say, from a fairness perspective, this has been objectively tested, and we're going to stay on top of this objective analysis to make sure that we're constantly focusing in these probability areas so that we're objectively retaining that level of fair attainability within the plan. And that's the key thing. Transparency, showing the objectivity around the plan. That's the key one. The example I shared with you earlier with regard to the client that the new CEO had these unbelievable expectations. As soon as we did the study, we shared it with all the employees. They looked at them, and some of them were real stretch goals, but they saw them as stretch goals, and they treated them as stretch goals, as realistic stretch goals. And that's what you want. You just want employees to say, you know, you're being treated fairly here, and here's the analysis on that, the underlying analysis that's supporting that the design of the plan that we're putting forward.
But you're starting with looking back at what performance has been and establishing your goals for the future based on that. And we know that markets are unbelievably volatile over time. So help me get a little more confident that that stretch goal is truly going to be a stretch.
So if you look at like annual performance, usually it's a blend of 3, 5, 10-year performance levels. And that blend actually helps to smooth out market irregularities. And that's what you want. So it's not just a 1-year perspective. It's a blend to say each year, here's what the 3-year performance was. Here's what the 5-year performance was. Here's what the 10-year performance was. Is this fair? But you're totally right. Looking at any given year in isolation provides a level of risk that, especially in the investment world, is just not realistic.
Right. Yeah, I think that's where Brad's point about, looking at the longer term time periods, what was the annualized rate of return over those time periods? Looking forward, if you've done any sort of projections on where you think, and where staff feels that, based on your risk and reward appetite and any changes you made to your policy, what the expectations are from that perspective. It really is looking at, both using that look back, but also looking historically at different time periods, longer time periods, to really gauge on what's fair and what's reasonable. And again, this is where a collaborative approach in terms of, running the analysis, getting management and staff's input as well, who are, doing this on a day-to-day basis, and, what they're seeing in the marketplace, very much can help in getting that buy-in at the end of the day on these different performance levels and the performance expectations.
And Lisa, to your point, when you look at public pensions in general, they are historic institutions. They're long-term investors with long-term strategies. And so it's easy for us or anyone to do a look back analysis, because a lot of your objectives really haven't changed significantly. And if they have, there better be a really good reason for it, right? Because you've had a structure in place for a long period of time. There can be tweaks, there can be adjustments along the way, but more or less the overall design of your strategy doesn't change dramatically year over year. So it gives you a great opportunity to do that look back analysis, just by the true nature of your organization.
Want to pick up on question that Ms. Taylor had, and I can appreciate how difficult it is to execute any kind of clawback strategy. But if we're trying to think long term, and you both made a really good presentation around the importance of long-term results, that would seem to argue for some substantial delay in the payment of long-term incentives until we have demonstrated that they actually have been sustained.
So, I'll just quickly get in on that. One thing I can say is, in publicly traded companies, there is this idea, and it's still relatively new in the marketplace. I think sometimes it's the big banks that have it. This idea of what's called almost like a post-retirement or post-termination holding period. Mm-hmm. And basically it relies on individuals to hold their underlying shares in, say, the big bank for a year or 2 years even after they leave the organization. Now, obviously, there's no real share capital at a pension fund. Right. But another way in which you could approach this under different termination scenarios, specifically in, say, a case of retirement, is you actually allow the plan or the LTIP program to vest over the normal course. So if someone retires, say, 2 years into a 5-year performance period on the LTIP, you would actually have them wait the full 3 years until that full 3-year period is up for any payout potentially to be paid after they've left the organization. And the thought behind that would be, again, this would be market leading for pension funds, but you would essentially pay them, in retirement based on, after they've left the organization, sort of the success. And did they, put in any kind of risk that ultimately led to a decrease in returns on a longer term basis? And you would be able to reward them accordingly if it went up or if it went down after that retirement date. So that's one way in which we're seeing, some of these sort of longer term risks and trying to tie individuals to longer term results. But I can say that would be very much market leading. You would be a first mover there in terms of those types of things in the pension fund world. So, that's why I think Brad says, some of the practicalities of that can be challenging. But definitely, having longer term performance periods, the idea of a long-term incentive that ties to longer term results is moving in the right direction.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Rob, I'll wait until the committee members finish, and then you can come to me. Unless you want me to go ahead.
No, that's all right. Ms. Ortega.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question about establishing peer groups and making those comparisons when you're making adjustments or looking at kind of where you fit in the market comparison. Do you see that you establish a single peer group that's used for all types of pay, the base, the long-term, and the short-term incentive? Do you see where different peer groups are used for different types of incentive? Just wondering how that would look.
So the answer is we typically use the same peer group to evaluate all elements of pay. What we do with some organizations is, if for some reason there's a private sector comparison, let's say that we know they pay way too much in the marketplace, but you say, you know what, I want to make sure that the structure of how we pay our people is appropriate. Sometimes we will have what we call almost an aspirational peer group, where we won't necessarily look at the pay levels of that peer group, but we'll look at the structure of pay and what they offer to their executives, to their investment staff. And we will we'll use that just to guide the design of pay and not so much the pay levels, but typically whatever that pay level, I'll call it the pay level peer group is, we use the same group for that comparison.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Ms. Brown, please.
Thank you, Mr. Fichtner. Thank you for the presentation and for walking us through this. We definitely needed this training. And I too want to focus on page 8, like Ms. Middleton. I just love darts. The question I have, and that has been some concerns for me, is giving a payout for hitting a benchmark. So basically, I believe that hitting a benchmark is the minimum requirement. And I'm curious as to what your thoughts are about that, because if you make the benchmark, I don't know why you would get a bonus over your pay, because I consider that doing your job. And then as you, of course, exceed the benchmark, as you create alpha or you create more returns, and you beat the market, so to speak, then is where you jump into these higher returns. So I'm just trying to figure out where your little 50%, 100%, and 150% for superior. I mean, I wonder how that equates to sort of what CalPERS has been doing with our current incentive metrics.
Great question, Margaret. We haven't had the chance to really do a deep dive and look back at all the historical performance and look at that 80-60-20. Maybe that's something we can definitely work with the committee on in the future. But what we can say is, typically, in most pension funds that we work with, that benchmark, hitting that benchmark is sort of seen as that threshold level of reward. And only when you start exceeding that benchmark do you start to earn an incentive for that portion of the award. Now, going by that 80-60-20 rule, if you wanted to stick to that 80-60-20 rule, that most likely would suggest, and I think CalPERS has done this in the past, setting that benchmark slightly even below the benchmark, because essentially there, over a 10-year period, there's probably going to be a year or two where you don't meet that benchmark level of return. So you do have to balance out, sort of the rigidity of being 80-60-20 with, do we want to, fundamentally ask the question, do we want to reward people for, meeting the benchmark or not? So that's sort of a fundamental question that I think the committee and the board just need to, make sure that everyone's constrained on. And then once you have that answer, you can then set the appropriate hurdles accordingly. But I would say market practice would be that the threshold or the minimum performance expectation is to meet that benchmark, and then you start to earn that incentive for the value add that you earn above that benchmark return. That would be the more common practice we see when we look at public pension plans.
Thank you for that answer. And I hope that this committee will take that up in the future as to what point we start the incentives. I know that there were concerns that as staff tracks their incentives, and they do, anybody who works on, I know we're not supposed to say commissioner bonus, but anybody who works on an incentive knows exactly where they stand. And the concern is that if staff was getting close to hitting the incentive, that they would take more risk in order to hit that incentive target. And so that was the discussion, as far as I recall, why they were paying an incentive even though they didn't hit the benchmark. And I still don't think that's a good enough, I don't think that's a good enough answer. I think we should make sure that staff is doing their job and not taking on more risk than they're supposed to. My next point is on where the incentive is paid, on total fund or based on the individual, like asset class or the asset class manager. And I think CalPERS erred when we took that pendulum and shifted it 100% the other way, because that's how a pendulum works. And instead, I thought that basing incentives on the total fund, so let's say that you're running whatever asset class, and you do gangbusters and every other asset class tanks, so that means that your asset class, or the part you're responsible for, is not getting that incentive. And so that makes no sense to me. And I think it needs to be a balance, which is always difficult to find, but I would like to see it be a balance between total fund and their asset class. That way they really have skin in the game. I mean, they're working hard, they're working for that incentive, and it's not just for their department, but it's also for total fund. And that's where I hope eventually the committee and the board ends up with on incentive compensation. And if you have any comments on that.
The only comments I will suggest is definitely you want to make sure in that annual incentive plan that a meaningful amount of the incentive is tied to total fund. That's definitely, you want everyone moving in the right direction. But it would be typical market practice, and from a line of sight perspective, for that individual that, again, works in a specific asset class, to have at least a portion of the incentive tied to their asset class results. Again, long-term incentive, definitely tie it totally to total fund team results, and that'll make up a meaningful portion of everyone's incentive who is eligible for that. And on the annual incentive, making sure that, and this is what we find is, pretty standard market practice, is making sure you have that good weighting on both the total fund performance, but also on the asset class performance. That is something that is quite common. And it was something that definitely stuck out to us when we looked at the CalPERS model that was unique to CalPERS, and definitely understand some of the rationale. But is there a way that we can get to a good sort of midpoint where we can, have that good mix between both the asset class and the total fund? That is, a sort of a result that we would at GGA like to see come out of this exercise.
Great, thank you.
Margaret, maybe I could weigh in a little bit there. This is Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. So some of that asset class is being recognized in the qualitative portion of the metrics that exist today. And we have been, based on the decision the board made, we have phasing into a total fund. But anybody who has had that asset class piece since 18-19 fiscal year is also continue to have portions of it. It was being phased out essentially over time, but it is embedded in that qualitative portion of the incentive plan. And as part of the plan design, it's not really in the policy per se that we're discussing, but it is part of those policy design metrics that are out there. So just want to make sure we were providing clarity there.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffner. I appreciate you sharing that information. That is helpful to know. I just, I don't want people to lose their incentive of doing, what do you call it, line of sight or whatever they have responsibilities for, making sure they're doing their part and everyone's doing their part, and then for the total fund to pay off. I also like to hear you guys talk about, getting to 100% funding and 117% funded. I mean, that sounds great to me. I know it's a long-term plan, and I'd be interested, I don't know if any of the other board members were, but interested in seeing how the Canadians, and I'm sure other pension plans as well, have done that. And I know it's a very long-term strategy and it's a commitment. And it looks like CalSTRS is kind of moving that way. And I'm very excited to see that another state pension fund is doing that. And hopefully we can move towards that. You know, I don't know if you saw the earlier presentation, but our management fees and performance fees are going up 30%, hundreds of millions of dollars. And if we actually developed a plan and a strategy to bring a lot of that work in-house, I know it's a long-term plan, a long-term strategy, but we could save a lot of money and reinvest it back into the fund. I strongly believe that. You know, it's one of the very few things that Canadians are doing correctly. Oh, sorry, gentlemen. But it's a big one. It's a big one. It's a big one.
We're not doing well on vaccines, but we're doing well on
hockey well too. Okay.
A couple of
So,
comments.
all right,
the-
but anyways,
yeah,
that's
through the-
my comment. Thank you.
The actuaries will be bringing forward our funding plan. We've shared this with the stakeholders. Our funded status, if fiscal year returns continue through June 30th, our funded status is moving the way that we would predict it to move, roughly at 75% funded today based on the fiscal year to date return. So I think through the ALM cycle, you will see our plan moving forward to get to full funding, and all of the underlying assumptions that are associated with that would be some of the decisions that you will all be making this year.
Thank you. I'm done.
But to respond to that, as most of you know, we've been working with CalSTRS for about 12 years now. And so we have been slowly but surely trying to direct them into that format. We historically, the whole reason why we've been doing our education and working with US funds is because the work we did with transformed funds in Canada. We'll speak frequently at conferences and people would immediately want this so-called Canadian model. Well, it's not really a tried and true model. There's nuances throughout. Every fund has adopted it differently, but there are well-documented practices that help get you there. What we can say is that you're not passively managed. You do have some active management strategy internally. So you're well on your way in this direction. It doesn't, working with our clients and advocating that they increase their internal capacity and decrease their overall management fees does not make us popular with the investment community, because it just takes out the fee structure of Wall Street. But you have the ability to do it. And the last portion of the session there that Peter was walking you through, one of the key things that a lot of you mentioned was that you recognize there's difficulty in bringing a high performing investment professionals into your local community because it's not so-called, a really hot area to live. Well, if you make if there's the right, and we always say, if you have the right opportunity and the right value proposition, you can get whoever you want. And don't ever listen to these private sector individuals who say they'll never, ever, ever want to work for your fund. You're close to a $500 billion fund. You do some really, really enjoyable stuff. And so therefore, you can start strategizing around how you can broaden the opportunity that you're providing these professionals. Also, you saw the last slide that Peter was talking about, these satellite offices that are being opened up globally by these funds. You certainly can afford that. And what they do is they have boots on the ground locally that gives them access to immediate assets. Time is money in this marketplace. And you want to be able to have access to these opportunities and ability to do your due diligence as quickly as possible so that you get to these assets. An example I often like to use is the state of Massachusetts. They have roughly about 154 funds within their state. Well, one Canadian fund owns more real estate assets than all 154 funds combined. Why? Because they have an office in Boston with people on the ground. And to your earlier point about the risk appetite and taking more risk, as long as you have well-defined policies and processes in place, a well-defined risk appetite framework that everyone is expected to adhere to, and then if they don't, it's automatic grounds for dismissal, no questions asked. If you veer outside of these confines, you're done. And that has to be very clear. But as long as you give them a well-defined envelope of risk they can work in, they can actually make those decisions on the ground. And it leads to, quicker decision making, better due diligence, more of a team effort. But it gets you these assets, these valuable assets that everyone's fighting for. It gives you that opportunity to get them faster. And that's where these funds are leading. And they're able to hire these professionals in all of these other areas too, because if people don't want to work in Sacramento, well, they can work in, London or New York or Dubai or wherever you want to set up a satellite office where you think there's market opportunity. And that's a broader strategic plan for you. But, that's a longer game to play here. And it's not going to happen overnight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
My next? I'm sorry. Sure, I had a couple of more questions. Hold on one sec. So one of the questions that I had was, I think, I forget who talked about qualitative versus quantitative. Maybe Doug brought that up regarding asset class incentives. But I just want to reiterate that we already do the ESG strategy, saying that we're on the outside and the peripheral of everyone else. I get, but it's because we lead in this strategy, and we're not saying it's a main part, but it's part of our quantitative or our qualitative part of the incentive review, right? So, along with having the asset class, and I get maybe having a small portion of the asset class have some sort of incentive as well. But I just want to make sure that we keep on considering this, because we are now demanding it and seeing return for it from companies. So we are the ones that are asking for corporations to base their pay now around targeting, their climate goals, their carbon emission goals. We're the ones asking for additional bonuses at companies when we do our proxy voting for meeting DE&I goals. So if we're not taking that part in the qualitative part as part of this, we're missing the boat here, because we're eventually going to end up with stranded assets if the 2050 goals are met, et cetera. So, I mean, these things have to be taken into account. So that's one of my problems with it. And then additionally, I thought I kind of have a question, because part of your presentation talked about effective communication, right? So the expectations, talking to the employee, and I think maybe Matt or Robert may need to answer this, because we have specific rules about the employee and their incentive plan that's the law from the state of California. And then additionally, I just wanted to comment on, I think what Canada does is great. You have an entirely different setup, and we also have different rules for the state of California and for the United States. So, having these offices, we considered it. It's not something we haven't considered. And we've considered other strategies as well for private equity, et cetera. But there is you're a different country. You have different laws than we have. So, but in any event, the one question I do need answered is either from Matt or Robert or whatever, if we could kind of expand on the whether or not that fits into the 1090 rule, to be able to, participate on this incentive plan? Because that sounds like something we wouldn't be able to do. Like, I mean, everybody always has to leave the room, so.
Yeah, it really doesn't, Ms. Taylor. And we need to have that conversation with Brad and his colleagues so they understand the limitations on that model.
Okay.
And Peter. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't think so. Yeah, it's a great idea, and if they could do that with everybody, that would be great. But I thought that was a problem. Okay, and then if you guys want to comment on the ESG strategy or the asset class strategy, that's fine.
Yeah, so happy to talk about that. I think definitely on the ESG front, we're definitely not saying that we shouldn't consider D&I, and we definitely think that there should be a meaningful portion on the qualitative side of things that should always be considered with individuals, and meeting those DEI and meeting those ESG objectives, what have you, for those individuals definitely makes sense. And definitely, happy to speak with Matthew to get further clarity. Obviously, we've worked with CalSTRS for many years now, so we definitely do understand a lot of the limitations in terms of what can and cannot be discussed with staff members. And so, we'll obviously, we're used to working within the rules, and we're not advocating obviously to break any of the rules or the laws there. But we'll definitely, double check with Matthew on that. But yeah, we're definitely aware of some of the limitations, and it's obviously, that's why Brad had mentioned earlier that, there are nuanced and differences between different funds and how you can approach different things. And so, it's just about finding, the right solution and strategy that obviously works within, the guidelines and any limitations currently that CalPERS is facing.
When we work with the pension community, we often say that the kiss of death is when we come in to work with our client and they say, well, this is the way we've always done it. And you can't be complacent. So our objective today was just to propose best practices, what's out there, get you thinking about your current model and ways in which you might want to improve or change the model, and to question some past actions or decisions, to to do a double check to say, is this something that still holds true? Is this something we still need to keep in place? Or is it something that we're going to advocate to change? These are all questions that we want. We want you as trustees in this pension fund to consistently question the model and look for ways to improve. And that was our sole point. And that being said, we just have a few more slides to go through, which I think is quite important because we want to address strategic communication with your board around this topic.
Well, since we started on questions, though, I can't cut them off until the rest of them have gone through.
I understand.
We shouldn't have started. Ms. Olivares.
Thank you. I have a question about the culture around this. So I understand that investment positions typically come with a bonus, and I understand why the proposed structure is that it is structured in such a way. But in terms of CalPERS and its culture, when we have the investment office that would receive a bonus, even if there's just adequate performance, not stellar performance, how does that affect the rest of the agency? For example, when others would only get a benefit or a bonus if they exceeded a certain benchmark in terms of performance, according to whatever performance guidelines we have.
That's a great question. It's something we deal with a lot with any public institution where there is some investment related activities. And our answer is simply the transformed funds were able to do this by having a very performance driven culture. And by that, I mean, and it's a hard pill to swallow, but there's definite performance expectations. And if you're not meeting those performance expectations, you're politely asked to leave because you're not meeting the needs of the organization. If you have higher performance expectations and a certain level of possible attrition in those levels, people say, well, there's a definite give and take. There's a balance there. So people who don't have access to incentive, they say, well, I have a bit more job security here because I'm not being evaluated on a daily basis to make, split second decisions on, investment opportunities and portfolio strategies. And so I would gladly give up that incentive structure to have a bit more job security, where I know that the pressures on that side of the fence are far greater than what I experience. And that's it. It's tough. It's definitely a cultural change for an organization, but that's the way a lot of these organizations have been able to retain both a highly incentivized group versus a group that's more of a traditional public sector group.
So I'm not sure that the pressures are so incredibly different. So I think there's two parts of this, just to clarify. One is that, again, we're taking one group of employees and saying that you can not meet your target and you still get a bonus. And then another group of employees might not even be eligible for a bonus, even if they exceed their performance expectations. Or some of them will be eligible to receive a bonus if they do exceed their performance expectations. So it just creates a different way of rewarding performance internally. And I understand there's some market dynamics here too, but just in terms of the culture that we have, I think it's really hard to send the message that we value our team, our employees, in a way that is fair. If it was just the investment office, for example, earning a bonus once they exceeded a certain target or a benchmark, and that type of structure was available to everyone who was eligible for a bonus, I think that might be perceived as more fair.
And maybe I'll just feed into this. I think what we've typically seen is, within, incentive programs, whoever is eligible, typically there will always be some sort of, in most cases, total fund performance that's tied in to the incentive. Obviously, those that have more oversight over the investments will have, higher weighting on investment performance results, but there is typically always some portion of the incentive that is tied to investment results for everyone. And then really it comes down to the line of sight in terms of making sure that those individuals, that are incentive eligible have, appropriate line of sight and appropriate control over their performance. So if you're talking about someone that's managing, let's say, pension administration and pension benefits, we don't want them to be necessarily tied, 80% to investment results, which they have very little control over. And the only thing I would say is, whatever expectations are set, whether it's, we're going to have really high stretch targets, for these individuals, or really set the bar high in terms of earning a performance, or we're going to set a fair and reasonable and motivating target, but still reward for a little bit performance below that level. That sort of philosophy, once it's approved sort of as a philosophical statement by the board, should then be cascaded down to all types of positions. So it shouldn't be that investment professionals are being tied to a lower standard of performance than non-investment professionals, or vice versa. You should be using the same philosophical approach to both sides, and just setting the performance expectations obviously appropriately, depending on investment performance being one set of having one set of expectations that are fair and reasonable or really stretch, and then tying that same philosophy or that mentality to the setting of similar targets for the non-investment staff. We wouldn't want to see silos where one group and its expectations are set differently than the other. You should be using that same philosophical approach, albeit with different metrics potentially, but using that same philosophical approach for all incentive eligible staff.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fackner, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have a couple of comments and then a question. One of the comments is that I was also concerned about uh, paying incentives when you're not hitting your benchmark, as Ms. Milton and Ms. Brown indicated. So I would like to see us have a further, deeper discussion regarding that. The other one is the global offices. It's interesting I see this here. I recommended that over 6 years ago, but it didn't gain any traction. And so it's interesting now that I see that, it's one of the market leading issues today. So I guess we'll ask the chair of the investment committee, Ms. Taylor, if she could agendize that discussion at the investment committee. Would appreciate it to have that discussion about global offices with boots on the ground was the theme then, and I see it's still the theme today.
I don't remember why we dropped it because I remember that.
Yeah. Okay. So if you could just make sure that that's, and I appreciate it. And then my question goes to you mentioned that the cost, the funds are annually losing 1% to 2% due to poor board governance. And I would like to understand what are some of those issues identified as poor board governance that's driving the loss of that 1% to 2%.
So this was a study that was done by Keith M. Bashir, who's the founder of CEM Benchmarking. It was a global study, roughly, if I recall the details correctly, it's done in 2007, included roughly about 184 funds globally. And what they determined was that poor governance was actually costing funds, as Peter mentioned, 1% to 2% annually. The key areas that they were looking at were the overall composition of the board and the skill set of the board, the financial competency, whether you had investment professionals or people who are being educated on a regular basis on financial issues like investment practices, actuarial practices, things like that. A commitment to the overall, a clear commitment to the overall long-term strategy of the fund. You'd be amazed at how many funds Peter and I work with, and when we walk in, they don't have a strategy at all in place. It's literally, a bi-weekly meeting and that's it. They've never put a long-term strategy in place, which says you're a ship without a rudder and a keel. Like how are you even guiding where you're supposed to be going as a board? Also, competitive compensation and strong incentive programs was another element that was in there as well. And that's part of that Canadian model that everyone talks about. Believe it or not, it was Peter Drucker who came up with the core elements of this so-called Canadian model in, I believe, 1974. He published these core elements, and no one paid attention until roughly the 90s around these core elements. And that's, the key elements that help to drive that good governance. And the other is a commitment to overall governance measurement and effectiveness. So looking at your own governance performance as a board and tracking that and finding a proactive way to have a work plan that continuously improves your governance model and your efficiencies as a board to help guide and oversee this fund that you're entrusted with.
Okay, well, good. And because we're embarking up on our, every 2 years we have a board self-evaluation. And so we're getting ready to embark upon that currently. So I would appreciate if we could make sure the board members receive that document. If you could, through our, through Marcy, if you don't mind, to be sure that we have access to that document, because we will be. And on your point about the commitment to strategy and recognizing that we're in an environment where we have 6 of us are elected, 4 are ex officio members that turn over with their seats and whoever is elected. So board members are not elected. So you get a turnover. So how do they maintain that long-term strategy in terms of that turnover, new ideas come in and the effort to change direction? So how do you maintain that long-term strategy when you have this kind of turnover?
Well, Peter and I often say that a certain level of attrition on a board is healthy because it allows you to bring in new ideas, new perspectives, different viewpoints, which is fantastic. And the more you can diversify your board in terms of background, skills, capabilities, the better. There's a lot of research around that. But when you look at the strategic plan should be outliving most of your board members so that you have a certain percentage of your board that helps create that strategy. You have new blood coming in, and then you renew that strategy and establish something more on a 5-year cycle. And that's what you want. You want that 5-year vision to be out there leading that board so that any new board member that comes in automatically can take that strategy and say, where are we on this continuum and what do we need to achieve to get to the end of this strategy before we envision and renew this strategy.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question, and maybe it leads into this last section you're going to be presenting on communication strategies. And that is, I guess, any best practices around timing of compensation adjustments. And I'm just thinking about certainly this past year where we've had a lot of challenges and strains. We're embarking on the upcoming ALM process. And then just in light of recent compensation adjustments in the investment office. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out, are there kind of some typical practices about, timing of when these types of considerations do get made across funds? And if not, as you embark on this next section of your presentation, how ought we kind of frame that in terms of a communication strategy if we are to decide as a board that adjustments are warranted?
Well, typically, you would, conduct a pay benchmarking study. You'd probably actually want to have the results, and be discussing those results probably around the same time frame as this, 2 or 3 months before the start of your newest fiscal year. And typically, you would use the results of that study, potentially, do some follow-on analysis, maybe after an initial discussion. But you would try to enact those, salary adjustments, incentive award opportunity levels for the start of any new fiscal year. So, for you guys, July 1st. And, if we think of this from a public company perspective, which, is another sort of viewpoint of looking at it, typically they'll finish off the year, let's say it's a calendar year, December 31st, and they'll make those adjustments and potentially even make them retroactive to the start of the year, but they might make those in, say, February after they've done it. But you definitely want to be doing it no later than the first quarter of your new fiscal year, and ideally get them in place for the start of the fiscal year. We just want to talk with your general counsel to make sure about timing and how that would work, because we've run into a couple little timing issues at CalSTRS, making sure that we're aligning with any of those rules. But ideally, if you can have them in place for July 1st or the start of that new fiscal year, that is the ideal situation to be in.
Okay, so no, I guess any observations about the relationship of compensation adjustments and, for example, the ALM process?
Well, your timing should remain consistent because you want your employees to have trust and faith that you're staying on top of things. So it's the timing of your assessment should be on an anticipated schedule, but it's the implementation of your decisions that you should have discretion on. So if there's economic pressures, situational things that would pressure your board not to totally adopt certain adjustments or what have you, you have that discretion. But as long as you're open and transparent as to why you're doing this and what your board believes is fair and justifiable to the public, to your members, to the employees themselves, that's as long as you're open and and we'll get into the communication stuff, but transparency is key. And as long as you can say that you've objectively assessed this, you know what the results are, here's the decision you made and why you made that decision, that's a fair and defensible process.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Brad and Peter. Continue on with your presentation, please.
Thank you very much. We'll try and go quickly through this last portion. Can everyone see the slides? I just want to verify. Excellent. Thank you. So at this point, we want to talk about your role as trustees, particularly members of this committee, as well as the commitment that we're making as your advisors. Building off of what Peter talked about on the transform side of what we're seeing in terms of a lot of pension evolution, compensation is oftentimes a lightning rod, and it's oftentimes a headline risk that you're going to carry forever, to be realistic. And so this is something that we ask that you proactively deal with, and we want to work with you on this to make sure that you're not being caught off guard, that you are prepared and you know exactly how to deal with headline risk as you move forward, especially if you're looking at possibly transforming and further internalizing your investment capabilities. It will have pressures on your compensation levels, and we want to make sure that you're prepared to deal with this in a very proactive way. What we know is that, you need to have a certain level of prevention in here, and you need to address any issues before they start. And there's different ways you can do this. And you need to have a planned response before something was to occur. So as you're about to make announcements, or you can have some canned responses, or some untraditional transparency that you wouldn't have done in the past, just to try and take the wind out of the sails of the media, particularly the media. You want to promote and safeguard your culture and the reputation of your organization, and you want to set a tone at the top. This is your board's philosophy. Your board has helped decide this. This is your board's direction, and you're committed to this because of these benefits that you know are going to fall out of the decisions that you're making. You're going to ensure that there's openness and transparency with your stakeholders. This is often very difficult for pensions because oftentimes the media will misrepresent what they're seeing because it suits their needs. If it bleeds, it leads, and that's what the media loves. Great example of this is when you were deliberating over the inclusion of the LTIP with your CIO. Immediately, the media, everything that Peter and I saw in the media, where they were communicating maximum payouts. This is what we're going to pay, maximum. At no point did any of the journalists say this is only related to superior performance that would be from an 8.4% annual return over 5 years. Nobody said that. It was all maximum, because that was the shock and awe. And so if you can be open and transparent in relation to how things are designed, why they're designed that way, the objective proof behind it, it oftentimes takes the wind out of the sails of these external arguments or criticisms. And you have a detailed plan in place. You need to have kind of in case of an emergency, break glass here, we know what we're going to do, and everyone knows what their role is going forward. And if you can establish a proactive education plan as well as a proactive response process, you will be prepared as trustees. So in terms of the board's role, we want to make sure that you truly are informed on the overarching compensation philosophy. As Peter mentioned, this is the what, the how, and the why statement. And you also want to look at compensation fairness and objective assessments so that you know, how did you benchmark this? How did you come to this determination? What do you know is out there in the marketplace? And why is it that you came up to the decision that you made relative to the peers, the markets, the relative positioning to these positions in the marketplace? What is the overall compensation design, and what is it meant to do? That's a key element. And if you know that incentives are not bonuses, they're not a given, it's an incentive, and it's at risk pay. And if they hit these targets and if they do perform, they will be rewarded. That's a different argument than saying they're going to get a bonus at the end of every year. Okay. And you need to be consistent with that and understand the argument behind it. know what the purpose of the incentives are and each of the objectives and why they're there and how they're aligned to the strategy and how will it benefit your fund going forward. In terms of performance achievements, what are the material gains? One of the pieces that we provided your committee that we're going to be discussing just shortly after this, we talk about a 5-year maximum performance at 8.4% is a material gain of $32 billion for your fund over a 5-year period. That is material. And if you can actually communicate metrics like that, it actually takes the wind out of anyone's critical argument, because they say, wow, we would love to see a $32 billion gain in our fund. That would be great. And we only pay a small fraction of that net gain in incentives. That is money well spent. And it's a different argument than saying, we're paying X amount. It's pay for performance, and it's aligning that. And then making sure that you're disclosing in a transparent way, that you're applying best practices, both in the public sector and the private sector, because I think there's things to be learned on both sides, and you should be constantly aware of what those best practices are in terms of compensation disclosure, so that you can meet the market's interests in the both private and public sector, and show they're being proactive on how you're communicating the compensation design. And then also, as I said before, have a proper communication best practices, which is having a board policy around how you're going to address communication and dealing with external pressures. And you need to always be armed with insightful and objective information and speak with one voice. And that's key. You're a committee that's helping to guide your board, and you're coming to a conclusion and decisions as part of this committee and as part of your overall board. And you need to speak with one voice. That is really, really, it's tough to do. And we acknowledge that. But if you want to deal with the external criticisms, and if you want to stay true to the strategy that all of you are bought into and are trying to realize, then you need to work together as a team. A communication policy itself, it provides a process for all your trustees to follow. First and foremost, it will say, what do you do if media reaches out to you and has a question about compensation, particularly about compensation, because that's what we're here to address. How are you going to deal with that? Who will be the designated spokesperson? So is it the chair of this committee, or is it the chair of the board that will address media concerns around this? How will the key speaking points be established? Who will be brought together to say, here is the key speaking points and how we're going to be dealing with this external criticism? And then what is the follow-up strategy? How are we going to deal with external stakeholders, the media, our plan sponsors, to make sure that everyone's clear on why we made the decision and what's happening here? Having proactive disclosure is really key. As I mentioned before, you need to determine, what should you be sharing and how is it best to be shared out there publicly. And you need to ensure that your organization is being open and transparent with your stakeholders, because everyone has that proverbial smell test. And if they feel that it's not passing that smell test, that's when you're going to get in trouble. So it's best to be open and transparent to say, here's the how, why, what, and who, and this is the decision we made, and the objective proof behind it, and the performance metrics behind it, and the benefits we're going to receive, and sharing that information oftentimes gets critical members of your community to say, I get it. I get why it's structured that way. I get why they make what they make. And I get that they're entrusted with running almost a $500 billion fund that has a significant economic impact in our state. I get it. Annual planning, you need to be looking at this policy on an annual basis, making sure that it still holds true, that you're using all the communication venues or vehicles to the best of your ability. And the reason why we say this is because the communication strategy often changes. The emergence of social media has changed communication practices immensely. And this is something that you need to be reviewing on an annual basis, because that world is changing on an annual basis as well. We know that new platforms are being created on a regular basis that are getting different levels of uptake and with different generations. We're also seeing that faith in certain traditional social media platforms is eroding. So how are you going to manage that to make sure that you are addressing your communication needs in the best way possible and being as proactive as you can? And the purpose of having a communication policy is to promote and maintain open, accessible, timely, and transparent internal and external communications with your fund stakeholders and the broader community, making sure that you have that plan in place and everyone has complete clarity on how you're going to address these issues. I love this quote. It's by Pearl Zhu. She's written a lot on digitization of various industries, and she wrote Digitizing Boards. And one of the quotes in her book is, "The board's role is to pull management out of the trees to see the forest." You're focusing on that broad strategy, the realization of the strategy that you help to create, and you help to shepherd, and you help to oversee. You need to stay focused on that broad strategy and not have knee-jerk reactions to external criticisms. You need to say, here is the alignment to the strategy and why we're doing what we're doing. You know, success is based on clear roles and focused efforts of both this committee and your board. And effective boards remain focused on strong strategic direction and oversight. If you can use that strategy as your guiding principle, you'll hold true, and you'll be able to really deal with external critics in a very proactive way. Now, a key role is our role, and we don't want to negate our role and our responsibilities working with your committee and working with your board. And so at this, our first meeting with your committee, we want to say, as the trusted advisors that you've hired us to be, we're committing to educate this committee and the board at every opportunity. So we're taking this opportunity to start with this education trend, and we're committing to continue on a regular basis. We're committing to ensure that you as trustees are informed on the objective and subjective rationale behind all our recommendations. So you're armed with the facts and you know the why and the what and the how. We're committed to guiding the board through safe and defensible processes whenever dealing with compensation governance responsibilities. If you have a fair and defensible process in place, you can defend it. And that's what we want to help shepherd and work with you to make sure that you're always following a fair and defensible process to come to the determinations that you do. We're committed to helping your board fulfill its duties and ensuring that CalPERS remains sustainable. Peter and I are strongly committed to the DB pension world, and we want to make sure that you're going to maintain your pension promise to your members. And that is a promise that we're making to you at the outset of the start of this relationship. And we want you to hold us accountable. With that, that brings us to the end. And so we'll see if there's any final questions.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. Looks like you got most of your questions out of the way earlier.
Yes.
I want to thank you both for a very enlightening presentation. And I would like to say that, just from my conversation with board members, committee members in the past, it seems like you really listened to what they had to say when you did your interviews, because you answered a lot of their questions before they even got there. So thank you for taking that due diligence. At this time, before we move on to the next agenda item, since there's no other questions and there's no public comment, we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break before we move on to item number 7. So we'll be back at 2:35. Okay, Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. As indicated in the agenda item, the board previously approved a long-term incentive program as part of the compensation package for all investment management positions within the investment office, as well as for the chief executive officer. Since that time, the committee has received a recommendation to align the compensation package of the CIO position by adding the long-term incentive program. However, when considering the recommendation, in November of 2020, the committee postponed their decision until it could hear the opinion of the board's new executive compensation consultant, GGA. A decision on whether to include the long-term incentive will enable any potential candidates for the CIO position to understand the components and earning potential of the compensation package. So with that, I will turn it over to GGA for the presentation.
Thanks, Michelle. Just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. Would the committee prefer that I walk the committee through page by page, or should I just focus on the key findings and recommendations, and then just allow for questioning?
I think the latter is the best option.
Okay, perfect. So I will assume that, obviously this has been read. I think the main takeaways for this committee to consider is the fact that pretty much I would say in all circumstances where pension funds have adopted a long-term incentive plan, any role similar to a CIO level role, because obviously some may not officially have a CEO title, but anyone acting in a CIO role would participate in that long-term incentive alongside fellow investment staff members and potentially other senior executives such as the CEO and things like that. So it would be quite atypical in the marketplace to have a long-term incentive plan and not have the CIO participate in such a plan. And it's mostly because if you think of it, the CIO is the one that's being put in charge of developing that long-term investment strategy along with the investment committee. They're obviously enacting on that strategy and that asset allocation. They're ultimately, driving that investment performance over the long run to hit the pension fund's objectives. So it would make sense to obviously have them be incented and rewarded based on the longer term investment results of the organization. So I just want to put that out there. What we've done on page 3 of the 7-page letter is just outline our recommendations, which would essentially see the LTIP added in equal weighting to the annual incentive. This is actually quite common in the marketplace. When we look at other pension funds, they'll typically split the at-risk pay, 50% being on the more, call it short-term or paid on an annual basis incentive, and then the other 50% being tied to longer-term performance as well. This would also generally keep the overall CIO pay levels competitive with other funds in the marketplace. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention is these are definitely high numbers, and these are sizable amounts that could be earned. The key is could be earned, because the majority of the pay would be at risk through both the annual and the long-term incentive plan. And Brad mentioned this earlier, but I'll reiterate it. If you actually look and say, okay, under the current long-term incentive design, what can the CIO under GGA's recommendations potentially make? And it's a sizable number. It's just over $1 million payout. But I think what's important to realize is two things. One, that $1 million payout will only be earned if they hit the 8.4% annualized rate of return, which is 1.4% above the 7% required rate of return currently. And if you actually sort of compound that over a 5-year basis, because it is measured over a 5-year period, it works out to $32 billion of added returns above your required rate of return. And so when you start to look at it from that perspective, it's a relatively really small payout as a fraction of the gains that they would have generated. On the flip side, if they do not generate 7% at all, under the LTIP, then that number goes to zero. And so they are not earning anything if they don't meet your required 7% rate of return on an annualized basis over the 5 years. And so it very much is a pay at risk structure. And, you know, that large payout will only be earned if they generate that high absolute rate of return over a 5-year basis. So I know the numbers, you know, obviously look quite large, but one, they're market competitive. The structure would be market competitive, and it really would tie pay with the long-term performance of the organization, with that tie to that actuarial rate of return. And so I think those are the sort of the key takeaways for the committee. Happy to answer any questions that may have come up.
Thank you. Ms. Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy this issue is before us. I think it makes complete sense to adopt an LTIP for the CIO, and I do believe that it will be an enhancement with respect to the compensation package as we're undertaking a recruitment. I did have a question about one of the other recommendations, though, in your materials, and it had to do with reviewing the investment office and executive team compensation data. And I didn't know whether that was triggered by the implementation of the CIO LTIP or whether that's a practice that should be done periodically, but those were just adopted, I think, in 2019. So it just seems like it's early to do that. Can you comment on that?
Yes, great comment there, Betty. Typically, as part of a best practice, you should be doing a market review of pay levels every 2 to 3 years. It's part of a sort of a best practice. And so you mentioned 2019. This is something that I think should be considered as part of the 2021-22 work plan, because it would be 2 or 3 years since that last review. And what we would suggest is we potentially look at, you know, around this time next year, coming back with the results of that review and letting you know how you stack up in the marketplace, if there are any adjustments. But it would be best practice to every 2 to 3 years conduct such a review as well. And you know, it's helpful once a new CIO is recruited in. You know, it'd be interesting to get their views where we can, and obviously we want to make sure we align with any required rules from a disclosure and a sunshine law perspective. But you know, it's helpful to get the views of both, again, staff and the board as we embark on these types of pay reviews.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure I understand what it is that's being proposed here. So as I understand it, when it comes to the LTIP, if over the course of 5 years, the rate of return is 7% or less, then there will be $0 earned in LTIP for those 5 years. Is that correct?
Yes, that is our understanding from reading your plan design. That yes, it'll only trigger if you. I think, and Doug might be able to clarify for us. I think there might be a payment triggered right at 7%, but definitely below 7, there would be nothing earned under the LTIP.
This is Doug Hoffner, a CalPERS team member. Definitely nothing below 7%. That was the minimum. There are no thresholds below that, so it's basically completely gets to zero. And when the policy was adopted previously, it had a cap at the 8.4% as well, so that excess proceeds above that would also be capped within those positions that are covered. So essentially, the policy does say, though, you know, it's triggered to your actual rate of return. So if that number was going to be changed upwards or downwards over time, then this metric would also basically align to that new number, whatever that is. Right. And that's in the existing policy was adopted a couple of years ago.
So I think
that would be common to do that.
Okay. And I can appreciate that, but I'd like to know what that number is that would be earned at 7% rate of return. And on the high end, if over the course of the 5 years we achieve an 8.4 rate of return, then, and I'm going to round this off, roughly $1.7 million in incentive would be earned annually, or approximately $8.5 million in LTIP over the course of those 5 years. Is that correct?
So each LTIP would be independently sort of verified over the 5 years. So essentially, at the end of each 5-year period, they would be able to earn under our recommendations. And again, this is on the higher end, so it'd be 150% of 700,000. So call it what was that? That's about 1.1 million, I would say. So that would be earned at the end of each 5-year period. So hypothetically, over a 5-year, this would actually be really over a 9-year period, because they would start participating and would have to wait 5 years. Over a 9-year period, they would receive, if they maxed out 8.4%, they would get, I guess it would be about $5.5 million, and they would have. I haven't done the math over 9 years, but that would generate, it'd be over $32 billion of added value if they maxed out every year over that sort of 5-year period.
Right. Between 7 and 8.4, between essentially 0 and $1.7 million per year, is it a progressive rate of increase? Yes.
So essentially, it would be interpolated. So you would look at, let's just say they hit mid between 7.7%, let's say. That would lead to an interpolated payout. So they would earn incrementally more up to that 8.4, and they would be capped at the 150% of salary, and then they would earn no more than that 1.1 million. So if you got 9%, they wouldn't earn anything more than the 1.1 million. So yes, it would be interpolated for performance in between.
And the money that would be paid under the LTIP, when would the first check, assuming someone had been there for 5 years, when would that first payment be made?
So if we're talking right now, let's say you put it in place, let's say the CIO started July 1st, 2021, right. The first payout wouldn't be made until, realistically, you'd have to finalize your results, wouldn't be made till probably early fall, because it'd probably be about the same time that you pay out your annual incentives currently. So the first payment wouldn't be made till 2026, if I got my timing right. Yeah, because you would wait the 5 years, and then starting in every year thereafter, assuming that person remains employed, they would start to get a pay every year, because that rolling 5-year period would start to roll in. But yeah, starting out, they would just wait the 5 years.
So the LTIP has a 5-year waiting period before it begins to be paid.
Yes.
All right. Well, those are my questions. I want to turn it over to someone else. I can just simply say I echo Ms. Yee that the CIO should be part of this program. And if we have a CIO in place for 9 years, we will all be celebrating.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. I just had a couple of questions, if you help me through this a little bit. So I'm looking at the base salary range to start with, and if we go midpoint based on your recommendation, 424.5 to 707.5, and then it said midpoint 566, and then with the LTIP, and again, I will echo Ms. Middleton and Ms. Yee. I agree that the CIO should be participating in the LTIP for sure. So that's just the base salary. So midpoint, so say we started the person midpoint, 565. Yeah. Is that basically it?
Yeah, and I admit there actually is a slight typo. HR let me know. It's 566,000 total. So it'd be 566 would be the midpoint, but yeah, we'd be 66. That would be the midpoint salary. That aligns. We actually looked at the salary, and there's, currently for the CIO, that's a competitive range of salary to offer. Obviously, depending on the experience that person brings, you might position them lower or higher in that range, but that range is market competitive.
Okay, and then what we're hoping on is that they get the annual incentive, but then what they're hoping for to really make their pay here is from 1.7 max, I'm sorry, and you're moving that to 2.8 max
Yes.
after a 5-year period, and then a rolling amount.
Yeah, be rolling every year thereafter, yeah.
Okay, and that's about 75th percentile, and that is something I agreed with your previous educational module, basically saying that, to me, if you're the biggest fund in the country, we should be looking at a higher range. But then I also had another question. The base salary seems awfully low for a CIO. And I don't know what the solution is. I don't know if I have agreement with the board, but I don't, even if it means pulling them out of the CIO out of civil service, would it behoove us for attraction of a CIO to make that base salary higher and then maybe make the LTIP lower, a little bit lower, not a lot, but a little bit lower for the attraction to get someone here? And it's an idea.
There's different ways you can look at that. You could say, do you want to make the base higher? But that's a give me. That's a given, right? And so if they come in and they don't perform, you're going to pay that higher base salary for them coming in as a non-performer. It's, as Peter mentioned earlier on at the beginning of our education session, that total direct compensation, that full package is what you want to put in front of them. This is your total opportunity, and a huge portion of this is based on performance, and long-term performance is the game that we're playing right now, and so that's what we want to incent. And if you can bring that long-term performance to us and stay beyond 5 years, you are going to be rewarded, and that's the message you want in place. By strictly, and remember, if you increase that base salary, it gets amplified by the incentives. And so it's really about that total direct mark that you want to focus on, and make sure that the incentives are in place to really reward performance. If someone comes in and says, I don't want to perform, I want a higher base salary, I think that's a red flag.
Yeah, that's not necessarily...
True.
I get that. I get that. I'm not saying that's not necessarily true. I'm saying, is that one of the things that have hampered us as we move forward? We have a whole lot of issues at CalPERS, right? We have all the press that we get. So this person isn't just performing as a chief investment officer. He or she is going to be the person that's going to go on Fox News, answer to the press. I mean, answer to the stakeholders. So I don't think we're paying the person high enough to even come in. And that's been what I'm understanding. That's been kind of a problem for us recruiting.
Well,
so maybe we change the program from 0 to 150 to 0 to, or 100 to 125. Or what, you know what I mean? And then bring them in at a higher amount. Because
what I can say.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Peter.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. But I think it's a great philosophical thought process. Do we want to take our overall pay? If we say, let's just say we say, $3 million is the pool we want to work with. How do we want to split up the pie? And what we're saying is, the way that we're suggesting to split up the pie with the 0 to 150 on the annual, 0 to 150 on the LTIP, with that range of salary, is pretty market competitive. Yes, there are some, one-off data points. I think Chris Ailman, now he's at the higher end of the CalSTRS pay range. I think he does get, closer to that 700,000 salary, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have it right in front of me right now. So he would definitely be getting a higher salary. Now, he's obviously been there for many, many years. He's, well-respected CIO in the pension fund community. And so, that 566, well, that's the midpoint. You would have some flexibility to go a little bit higher on, closer to that 700,000 range. And I think one of the biggest points, and, again, this is us from the outside looking in. Obviously, we weren't involved in any of the CIO recruitment efforts the last, 6-7 months. But we would guess that the lack of an answer on whether someone would be able to participate in the LTIP was probably a concern that would have come up during the interviews and would have, hurt potentially in getting someone to sign on the dotted line. And so we feel that by giving them some certainty, assuming the committee were to agree and the board were to approve this, having that certainty and giving them that opportunity will hopefully address a lot of those concerns. But while we would suggest this is the right approach, you could definitely say, well, let's pay a higher salary and lower incentive. But to Brad's point, then you're putting more of the pay or less of the pay at risk. And is that something the board and the committee is comfortable with? That's something philosophically to answer. But we feel this recommendation that we've brought forward is competitive and would allow you to recruit competitively with that certainty on the LTIP piece.
So, and I understand that's so one of the things, as the largest fund in the country, we're not recruiting from other pension funds, or we shouldn't be recruiting from other pension funds, right? Because most of the pension funds in the country manage 100 billion or less, except for STIRS. So we're looking at recruiting maybe from a foundation or private sector even. So when your starting salary is under $1 million, that becomes a concern for the person that we're looking for, right? If we lower our standards and look for somebody that's only managing $30 billion, then yeah, I agree with this. Okay. But we're also looking, and again, we're also looking for someone who can handle negative press for whatever it is, whether it's coming from the federal government, which is some of the things that our previous CIO had to deal with, or whether it's coming from here in California, whatever that is. But we garner, because of our size, we garner negative press, unfortunately. That person has to be able to handle that. They also have to handle stakeholders and going on the news. So I'm concerned that I'm not saying my idea is the best idea. I'm just concerned that maybe we should be looking at, initially the new CIO comes in higher, right? And then because they're coming in under the previous CIO's plan, and then as they perform, maybe it switches around a little bit. I don't know. But I just think it's something we need to think about as we're moving forward to recruit someone.
Those are excellent points. And yes, you are a major player in the global market in terms of public pensions. And I just posted an article on my LinkedIn account on Friday saying, welcome to the fishbowl, where public pensions are being scrutinized at the highest level ever. Here in Canada, CPPIB, our largest pension fund, the CEO was quickly terminated once we found out that he flew to the Middle East to get a vaccine. And so these are the things that executives within all these major public funds are going to have to deal with. And to your point, being competitive, you definitely, if you look at the matrix that we provided, the range is what's market competitive, and anywhere within that base salary range is fair. And so we would say, if you're bringing in someone who is really seasoned, or really high performer that you desperately want, you have the discretion to go higher within that band. We'd say anything above that 707 would be out of market right now based on our current data, but you have the discretion to negotiate within wherever you feel that candidate fits within that band. you have the discretion. We're just saying at that midpoint, at we would call median, that would be the target amount that we would recommend. But you can work within that envelope. It's and
Brad, does that market other public pensions in the United States?
So great question. The market data that we're showing is a mixture. It's not a perfect because we didn't have, the mandate to, work with, say, a McLaughlin or something to pull your exact peer group, but it is a mixture of some of the leading U.S. funds. We've included some of the leading Canadian funds in that. There's even a few private sector comparables peppered into that market data based on our database. And so that's why we're pretty confident in the numbers that we're showing. And we know that obviously if we look purely at a private sector comparison, we'd obviously show some larger numbers, but we know that, you have a unique peer group that, you're looking at other funds, but you're also looking at some of the, more leading Canadian and international funds. You do have some private sector comparables in there. And so, that's where we came at it to say, that 2.8, we were a little bit conservative. If you look at the range of market data, you could go as high as that 3 to 3.2 million in our estimation of where that 75th percentile is. So there is some room if you wanted to move that upwards. But we also wanted to be cognizant of some of, as you had mentioned, the politics involved in making sure that it's fair and reasonable and doesn't lead to too many, headline headaches and things like that.
Okay, I appreciate it, you guys. Thank you. It's just something I was concerned about.
The other thing that we can add with regard to the recruitment and attraction of a strong CIO, any of you who have heard us speak publicly about attracting talent within your pension fund would have heard us talk about the value proposition that a lot of pensions can bring. If you're looking at the private sector, if you're a high-level executive with any of these private funds, you have two jobs. One is bringing more funding in, so going out there and trying to bring investors into your fund, and the other is finding the opportunities. And if you talk to any investment professional, they'll tell you that of the two jobs, what they love most is finding opportunities, making the deals, getting the returns. That's what they love. And working in a public pension is great because you don't have to go out there and constantly market for more investors. You actually have a steady stream of money coming in. So you're doing that great thing that you love, which is deals. Your job is to get the best deals, the best return, and get that capital out there and get it invested on behalf of these members. And that's the exciting part. And so if you take the other part of the equation out, to some investment professionals, they would say, you know what? I'm willing to take a haircut on the compensation because I don't need to deal with that other side of the fence. And again, that's about formulating your value proposition to be strategic and getting the right people in who want to be, the real performers, finding those opportunities, and a long-term investor for your fund.
Are you suggesting that we split the position?
No. I'm just saying if you were to recruit someone out of the private sector, like if you were to say someone at BlackRock, a senior executive BlackRock, they're going to have two jobs. One is to go out to like your fund and try and get you to invest in them, and second is to find opportunities. And really going out there and as a carpetbagger and trying to get people to invest in your fund, they don't love that part of their job. What they really love is the deals. And working for a public pension is really about finding deals. And that's what they love. And if you can package that in a very valuable way with some competitive compensation and a good quality of life, you have a really strong value proposition to bring people in.
Okay, because it sounded like you didn't even take into account the other part of the position. So that's where I was confused.
In terms of the public pressure and the spokesperson, well, that's anyone coming into any public sector, public pension, it's the deal, right? You're
not like ours. You know that we're always in the news. I don't hear about Pennsylvania hardly ever. Okay.
Well, actually, I just read the article about Pennsylvania.
Right, but like I said,
FBI's in with them right now.
All right. Thank you, you guys.
All right. I see no other requests to speak. Thank you guys for your presentation. I really appreciate you breaking it down into the categories that we'd ask you to break down. So at this point, it's an action item. What's the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval.
Is there a second? Ms. Middleton, I think you're seconding. You're muted.
I did second.
Thank you. So it's been moved by Ms. Brown, seconded by Ms. Middleton. Seeing no discussions on the motion, Ms. Hopper, please.
Margaret Brown,
You're muted.
Aye.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
Stacy Oliveris,
Excused.
Irene Ortega,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Margaret Brown, seconded by Lisa Middleton. I have 5 ayes, 1 excused by Stacy Oliveris for agenda item 7A, long-term incentive program for the Chief Investment Officer.
Very good. Thank you. That takes us to agenda item 7B. Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Agenda item 7B is an action item seeking your approval of incentive metrics for fiscal year 2021 through 2022. Incentive metrics were originally established and approved for incentive plans in fiscal year 2016-17. As part of the implementation and ongoing inclusion of these shared organizational goals, an annual review is required. Today, you'll hear a presentation from GGA on the recommendation for fiscal year 2021 incentive metrics. Upon committee approval, some combination of these metrics will be included in fiscal year 2021 incentive plans for investment management, executive, and certain senior leadership positions. So with that, I will turn it back to GGA again for their presentation.
Thank you, Michelle. Ms. Tucker. Similar to the previous letter, I'll probably just focus the committee on the 6 recommendations that are on page 6. There's a bunch of detail in the back end that speaks to breakdowns in the market and what our detailed recommendations are, and I might go to one of those pages at the end. But there's basically 6 key areas of recommendations for consideration by this committee. We had that initial discussion that was through the education session where we talked about the asset class investment performance, and I'll reiterate that it is very typical in the market for those asset class professionals to have a weighting on the quantitative side of their incentive tied to asset class investment performance against the benchmark, typically, sometimes absolute return. So that was something that stuck out to us as being something that was atypical and more unique to CalPERS. We definitely understood through the conversations the concerns about silos and creating silos historically. And I think part of that is the fact that we definitely want to ensure that there is still a meaningful weighting on total fund performance within the annual incentive plan. There's obviously the 100% weighting on total fund performance for anyone who participates in the long-term incentive. And so, based on our understanding, we would suggest and recommend that the committee consider placing a meaningful weighting on asset class performance for those specific asset class professionals. So that's one, and that's probably one of our key recommendations. The other big material item that we saw was the 60-40 weighting on investment professionals. Typically in the marketplace, we typically see 70 to 75% weighting put on quantitative investment performance, and then 25 to 30% placed on the qualitative portion. Now, some of that qualitative might be because you were considering asset class performance as part of that 40% qualitative weighting. But assuming that there is some weighting placed on asset class performance on the quantitative side of the formula, we would suggest increasing the overall weighting on quantitative performance to 70 to 75%. total of the 100 for investment staff, and the remaining amount being on those more qualitative pieces. The other considerations that we had was for the division chiefs that fall under 20098 compensation program, that their quantitative performance be set at 50%, similar to the CLO, CFO, and chief compliance officer, because we tend to see pretty like very aligned and similar weightings between those different roles who are playing a more of a non-investment related role, and you wouldn't want it to have different weightings between those different roles based on our experience in the marketplace. The fourth one being for non-investment executives trying to place some weighting, and we're saying no higher than 15%, so probably 10 to 15% weighting on total fund performance, similar to the CEO. We find that, again, that gets everyone working in one direction, and everyone is then similarly treated from that perspective. And then very quickly as well, based on just what we saw historically in terms of some of the historical performance in customer service, stakeholder engagement, and that just make sure, and potentially maybe it's not this year, but maybe it's part of the 2021-2022 work plan, considering reviewing the performance expectations and the metrics used in those areas to determine whether the committee and the board are still comfortable with those performance expectations and whether any adjustments are required. And the reason we say that is when we look at customer service and stakeholder engagement, over the last 3 or 4 years, we've tended to see payouts pretty much at max year over year over year. And, it goes back to that 80-60-20 rule. Is that something upon further review that the committee wants to tweak and make some further changes to? Or are you comfortable saying, what, we're just really performing at that high of a level that, these people deserve to be paid at that higher level? And then lastly, the last piece being on the operational effectiveness, considering whether you want to start including board and third-party administrator costs in that calculation on a go-forward basis. That is something to consider as well. All we would suggest is making sure that you set the performance expectations and the historical lookbacks, so that they're apples to apples, so that you can make sure that you're setting a expectation for costs that is realistic for staff to be able to achieve. And I'll just point you then very quickly before questions, just to page, it'd be the last page, page 12 of 12, where the breakdown, and in this table, you'll see the current breakdown on the top row for each of the positions. And then where we've suggested to make changes, you'll see green shaded cells being increases. So for example, for the CIO position, right now total fund make up 50%. We're suggesting it could make up 65% of the 100% weighting. And then those that you see highlighted in red or in pink, those are decreases. So if you look again at the CIO row, currently leadership and business objectives are 20% each. We would suggest bringing those down to 12.5% and 12.5%. So that's how you would read that table. And so those are the more detailed allocations that we at GGA are suggesting that would be market competitive and align with more typical formulas that we see in the marketplace. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that committee members might have.
Thank you. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. I want to take a look at page 11 of 12, where you've compared CalPERS to CalSTRS. And what I really want to just focus on are the areas where I see huge differences, going from the bottom up. Sorry, it's just the way I work. So the chief operating officer under CalSTRS has 85%, and we currently have 50. So I think you just said you were recommending that we move it to 15 and 85. Is that correct on page 12?
No, so this is actually a point for clarification. So what you have done at CalPERS is really quantified specific targets as it relates to the operational effectiveness, the CEM benchmarking results, customer service, you set specific guidelines, stakeholder engagement, you set quantifiable measures. And we actually like that. And we actually prefer that approach when we compare it to a CalSTRS, where they do leave a lot more to the discretion and more subjective. And we've been, prodding them to try and increase that level of quantitative performance over time. It's still a work in progress. So we actually like the fact that you have more quantitative ways of measuring operational effectiveness, customer service, stakeholder engagement. So we wouldn't want to say, take that away and make it more subjective. We actually like that. What we are suggesting, though, is the 15% be tied to the quantifiable total fund results for certain positions. So I wanted to clarify that we actually like the fact that you've gone about trying to quantify in a lot of those areas that a lot of other funds might look at them more subjectively. We like that you've tried to quantify them, and would suggest that you try and keep that on a go-forward basis and make it less subjective rather than more subjective in our view.
Thank you. So let me ask another question. Our general counsel gets an incentive, but CalSTRS does not. How common is that general counsel would get an incentive?
In our view, the general counsel rule typically is tied to some sort of incentive. You'll see that comparative to, say, investment professionals, in that there's a very small weighting that's placed on the total fund, and that's more applies to roles like general counsel, roles like chief compliance officer, even chief financial officers, things like that, where their role, you don't necessarily want to have too much of their incentive tied to investment results, because then are they sort of encouraged to potentially look the other way when there might be something that affects their incentive. So when we look at pension funds, but we also look at broader market practices in financial services, you're starting to see these types of roles, such as general counsel and those types of more functional roles, risk officers, things like that. They tend to have one, if there is any weighting on investment performance, it's total fund. So it's relating to the fund as a whole, not any specific asset class that person might be supporting. And two, it's kept a lot more, that's one area where it is kept a little bit more qualitative, because the aspect of the role is it's tough to sort of quantify exactly what the general counsel does. So it is more of a subjective view of, have they responded quickly to our requests? Have they kept us out of trouble? That type of thing. So we would generally be supportive of keeping the general counsel eligible for an incentive. I know CalSTRS has their own sort of opinions and views on why they keep the general counsel without an LTIP. One thing I will note is, if for some reason this committee decided one day we don't want the general counsel to participate in the incentive, what CalSTRS has done is they have significantly increased the salary of that individual. So the fixed costs for that role have increased, correspondingly to not being able to, or not choosing not to offer an incentive. So if that was something this committee decided to do moving forward, we would suggest you would have to make a sizable increase in the salary for that role to compensate for that lack of incentive.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Doug Hoffner to give us some of the history on our use of metrics. Doug, please.
Thanks, Rob. I just want to provide a little context. I think the way the item's written, it says there's 4 recommendations, and then items 4 and 5 are sort of identified as to be potentially reviewed. So I don't know that there's a specific recommendation there. I would want to say we have gone back and looked since the item was written by GGA to look at some of the historical references. I can identify that on the operational measure, we've never hit the maximum performance goal that's been identified by GGA in terms of the 80, the 50, 80, 20 rule, and those kinds of things. So, and then just to remind the committee, a little bit of history, back in the middle of 2018, for that 18-19 fiscal year, both in June and August, the committee basically did a similar review of these metrics and concluded where they are today. So I think to GGA's point, we do look at these annually through the third-party board's investment consultants, but essentially that was all done. I do know the makeup of the committee at that time is substantially different. I believe only Ramon Rubalcaba was the member who was still on the committee at that time. Also, the members of the board were there as well. We have been going through this evaluation. So I just want to be clear, I mean, and maybe GGA can opine on this, but there were sort of 2 identified for review. But since they don't specifically identify a recommendation, I want to make it clear as we move to whatever outcome is decided by the committee and the board. I think there's sort of 4 recommendations with two items for sort of future consideration. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on that. And then identify, we do have some positions which I know are identified as sort of division chiefs. And we typically use that title with our career executive assignment team members that are outside of this policy. So I think we'll want to look for some clarity in terms of the use of that phrase. It's probably folks that are in the Government Code 2098 program that we are talking about today. Some of which may exist outside of the investment office. And I want to make sure that any metrics or changes are identified tied to those positions, so we're clear about what the outcomes are. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And just to clarify to Doug, that is correct. So the first 4, 1 through 4 recommendations are more actionable items, and 5 and 6 were more for review, future review purposes. So wanted to clarify that. And I think Doug, it's great to hear that there has been some sort of ongoing every couple of years looking and making sure that you're still comfortable with those performance expectations. That's great to hear, and I think that's something that should be continuously. Happy to help in any of those reviews in the future. And then yes, what you'll note on page 12 of 12 is we have, just for those 20098 roles, suggested changes. Any of the roles that fall under the CEA compensation framework, as well as the chief health director and a couple of those other CEO, CSS, and the DEO roles, we have recommended no change for now because we understand there would have to be some further discussions for any of those more material changes could be made.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're being asked, I think, to make quite a few decisions here today, and both to peel back from a decision that was made some years ago to go to total fund for our investment staff and to incorporate some asset class designations in there, to move to 75% for investment. Both of those are the kinds of decisions that I can get my head around in the same fashion that with the CIO. But for the other non-investment positions, I'm struggling to be able to make decisions today. And so my question is, can we have much more conversation and defer to the June meeting before jumping into questions regarding what the CEO, the general counsel, the chief financial officer, chief compliance officer, chief operating officer. I have some real struggles with some of those positions from a checks and balances standpoint being a part of our incentive programs. So I guess long-winded way of saying, what must we make a decision on today?
Doug, any offers?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So essentially the metrics that exist today are already embedded in the program. We do have a meeting scheduled in June, and that's a review both of the CEO's annual performance plan going into the next fiscal year. So there is time for that. But the metrics exist as they are and have been used by the organization for the last 5 years. So with slight modifications 2.5 years ago. So from that perspective, I don't think anything has to be done. I think if the committee is looking for further information and perspective, then I think trying to get that understanding today or in a future conversation would be helpful to get more specificity. I wouldn't want to speak, or I can't speak to some of the other items as they are identified as a position that I'm currently in, so I will not discuss that. But if there are things that the committee, Ms. Middleton or others are looking for, that we can, that conversation can be had with the GGA so they know what to bring back or ask further questions of staff, that we can be of assistance providing historical information in terms of payouts and those kinds of things or whatever. We can do that. That would give us time between now and June to put that together. But essentially the metrics already exist. They are embedded in the current policy. And so unless you want to change them, I think no other action is required. But this is the feedback from your independent and executive comp consultants.
Doug, I think for whatever we're going to put off till June, I think the part of the discussion we need to have our investment consultants on the agenda to give us their perspective and the impact that it has on the investment office as well. So we have a total package picture.
Yeah, that was kind of one of my items, Mr. Chair, that I had essentially related to, I think, Mr. Jones's comment earlier related to benchmarks and some of those other things that really have sort of the right hand, left hand tied together here in terms of discussions about metrics and benchmarks and those kinds of things. So we would be happy to work with them and GGA to bring back an item that sort of addresses those questions.
Very good, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Middleton?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gardner. I'm a little confused. So the quantitative weighing is below market. So you want that increased to 75%. What is included in quantitative weighing?
So what is included is your total fund performance, of course. For the investment positions, we're saying asset class performance tied to benchmarks for that asset class. The operational effectiveness measure that is currently a measurement of costs is included in that. The CEM benchmarking, where you compare your value add results as well as your costs, investment costs, to CEM benchmarking survey results is included in that. There's a customer service metric that has specific percentage satisfaction rates, which is also quantitative, and then stakeholder engagement. There's additional some stakeholder engagement, again, quantified figures that are included in that piece. On the qualitative side, we have them at a high level. They're considered leadership and business objectives, and our understanding is that would include currently some considerations for investment staff on asset class performance. It would also include, our understanding is, those ESG considerations that you had talked about earlier, I believe, Teresa, and as well as other sort of leadership competencies and things that individuals are exemplifying. But those are, again, evaluated subjectively and are more qualitative. There's no specific, says, you must get this percent or something like that. It is more of a qualitative rating-based system.
An asset class is included in the qualitative?
Currently, according to, and I'm going off of what we've read and what Doug has clarified during this meeting, it is considered for investment professionals as part of, I guess, the current, probably under business objectives would be my guess, but it's considered more subjectively as opposed to having hard, value add targets or absolute return targets that must be hit to earn a certain payout level.
Okay, and I do know, as a state employee, I sure want to make sure that our leaders are good leaders. So the qualitative stuff, I hesitate to lower. I need someone, I think that we should have, including with our chief investment officer, someone who also knows how to be a good leader and to create a good team. So I'm not entirely sold on changing these. And then the other question I had, you had all division chiefs, but you said it was the 90028 position. So I'm a little confused because I thought division chiefs, that was a set salary. Does it depend on what division they're in?
Yeah, so maybe Doug can clarify.
Let me maybe answer that. So we do have, Ms. Taylor, we have division chiefs that are incentive eligible, but they're through in a different plan than what's in this policy. It's not the government code 2098. It's at the 0 to 15% opportunity. And so again, it's not reflective. So I think there's feedback from GGA related to that as well, but it's not part of this policy. It's basically a separate program that we have in the organization. So when I hear the word division chief, it has a very specific connotation at CalPERS. And the rest tend to have investment title classifications for this program.
And is that the same with the CEA related roles?
Correct. So the division chiefs are essentially the career executive assignment CEAs is what you're talking about. And they do have a 0 to 15% incentive opportunity.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not rewarding bad leaders, so I think that was one of the reasons we landed on this back in 2018, as I recall, because we actually ran into some issues with some of our management that showed poorly in management skill, in leadership roles. Because being a manager to me is different than being a leader. But I'm not entirely sure that moving the quantitative higher and the qualitative lower is a good thing in my view. That's what I was trying to clarify. Thank you.
And we always advocate that you need to be looking at not just what gets achieved, but how it gets achieved as well. And that stresses the importance of leadership competencies and the work environment and things like that. But you can see the only positions that we're recommending a decrease on the qualitative side is the division chiefs, just to add in an incremental element on the CEM benchmarking levels, the competitiveness level there, and total fund performance. Other than that, we're really just decreasing the overall qualitative elements of chief investment staff, like who are really supposed to be driving the returns of your funds, but still have a certain weighting attributed towards their leadership as well.
And maybe this could be an area where we do delineate a little bit, in the sense that right now we have all of the investment positions be the head of an asset class all the way down to the more junior incentive eligible roles. With that, potentially maybe we delineate that moving forward, where the senior leaders have a little bit more on the leadership side, and those more junior folks maybe have a little bit less weighting on the leadership side. Right now we're just trying to stick with a pretty market standard weighting sort of between that quantitative and qualitative. But maybe there is a delineation between certain investment staff running an asset class versus those that are just working at lower levels within an asset class. So that might be an area where we could delineate between the two and have slightly different weightings accordingly.
Well, like Ms. Middleton said, I think I'm not prepared to make, what are the four we're making a decision on? I keep going back to the beginning of the presentation to find out, is it the page 6 of 12, the first four?
Yes, page 6 of 12, the first four on that page.
And then because you do include the sum weighting on the total fund for non-investment executives, and I'm a little, why would we do that?
So the idea behind that is not to make it a huge portion of the award, but essentially in that similar vein of making sure that we're all working towards team-like efforts, we're all working towards a common goal, seeing that the CEO already has a 15% weighting on total fund results, it would be quite common in the marketplace to see other roles like, chief financial, chief compliance that have a similar weighting. If we look at, say, a CalPERS, there is, a certain similar weighting for those roles. In fact, sometimes they're a little lower. So potentially, you could look at, say, maybe it's only a 10% weighting and not a 15% weighting. But essentially, you want to have some tie-in on the total fund results for, pretty much all investment eligible staff where you can.
So, and CalSTRS isn't, you yourself said isn't quite where you want them to be. So I'm not sure I want to compare myself to them. Is there a way we could come back to this? Because I feel like there's just a ton of information here that we're considering changing, right? We're considering changing a whole lot of positions. And I'm not sure that I feel comfortable with that right now. Does anybody, Rob, is that something we could do? Can we?
Well, I believe Mr. Hoffner addressed that earlier, but Doug, is there any reason why we can't put off the vote until the June meeting?
No, I mean, essentially, the policy requires that the consultants basically provide an overview and some feedback related to the metrics. That's clearly happened today. I think the question is, you definitely have more questions you want to ask of them. So I think from that standpoint, we already have metrics that are embedded today. If you don't make a decision or don't change anything, those metrics will still be in place. If we do make some changes, then we'll, on a going forward basis in the fiscal year, starting July 1, put them into practice. So it's really a matter of, if you're comfortable, if you want to make change or not. And if not, then you can hold off or have the conversation in June when you've got more information in front of you and there's a little more clarity.
Thank you. And so I would recommend all committee members, actually all board members, since it's going to come back to the board anyway. If you know you have questions now, let's submit those so that we can get them to consultants, so we can make sure that they have time to give us a really enhanced answer versus trying to do something off the cuff. So put them in writing, send an email, copy the chair, and send them to GGA so that we are able to get these answers back for you to maybe streamline the next discussion a little bit. Again, these are just for clarifying questions, not to get your answers now, to give them the questions, and they'll answer the questions in open session in June. Anything else on this topic? All right, I have no other requests to speak, so we'll move on to, first of all, thank you to GGA. Appreciate the long day and all the hard work that went into this. And clearly we still have quite a bit left to do, but it was a good start, good first meeting with you guys, and appreciate it, so thank you. Anything else, Ms. Tucker, from your point of view?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
All right, that brings us to, find my agenda now. I think it brings, oh wait, we do have one request to speak from the public. Mr. Fox?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one member speaking for himself, Mr. JJ Jelensik.
Hello, this is my annual comment on the incentive metrics total fund performance. Simply following the board's direction on asset allocation and you meet the benchmark. Why get a bonus for doing your job? That's what your paycheck is for. Paying bonuses should only be for going beyond doing just your job. I would point out that the rank and file in the investment office only get bonuses for going beyond their normal job. Let me use the chief investment officer as an example. Midpoint salary is $566,500. Currently, the target bonus for the CIO is 100%, and total fund performance is 50% of that bonus. And if you simply do what you were told, you get 76%. So for the CIO, it is $215,000 under the current plan, $279,000 under the GGA proposal in bonus for simply doing your job. And apparently that creates too much accountability, because we've also said that staff gets to define the index that is used to measure the benchmark for public securities, because they get to define what's in there. And just in case they decide either they can't or don't want to hold the benchmark weighting in the high return private assets, we give them the right to recalculate the benchmark to lower the point at which they get payout. The return, and again, I will point out that quite frankly, the returns and need to be compared to a risk-adjusted benchmark. So once again, I make my annual statement, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. That brings us to agenda item 8A, summary of committee direction. Mr. Hoffner, anything there?
Let me see if I can get this straight. Return in June related to this metric item with additional details on the GGA recommendations. I think that encompasses the majority of the discussion today. I know there'll be a conversation with GGA and our legal office to follow up on some previous conversations we've had based on the prior discussions. And I think encompassed in that will also be a review and discussion of the benchmarks with the investment consultants in addition to GGA related to hurdles and benchmarks. And I think that probably covers it.
I think you're right. And the investment consultants is because the investment staff can't talk to us about those things. So we need the consultants to weigh in.
Yeah, I think they're kind of all intermixed there, but essentially I think it's probably a mega item that covers those items with additional feedback from independent consultants.
Very good, thank you. Brings us to item 8B, public comment. Mr. Fox, anyone in the public that wishes to speak to us?
Mr. Chairman, there are no further public comments in the queue.
Very good, thank you, sir. Ms. Middleton, what time would you like to start risk? You're muted.
Let's take a 5-minute break, or let's take an 8-minute break, and we will start at 3:50.
3:50 starting risk. We are now adjourning the Performance and Compensation Committee. Thank you all for a great day. See you shortly.
Everyone. Have a great day.
here that I'm expecting. I'm going to call the April 19 Risk and Audit Committee meeting to order. I will note that it's not 11 a.m. as originally scheduled, but we'll get through this as quickly as can. I apologize, but I have a extremely important meeting I have to get to at 4:30. So at 4:20, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Miller to conclude if we still have anything left. I was hoping that we weren't going to be in this situation, but we are. And some meetings can't be avoided. So with that, Ms. Hopper, could you do the roll call, please?
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Margaret Brown,
Good afternoon.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Jason Perez,
Here.
Shonda Wesley,
Excused.
Lynn Paquin for Betty Yee.
Here.
Madam Chair, all is in attendance, Shonda Wesley being excused for the Risk and Audit Committee.
All right. Second item on the agenda is approval of the April 19 Risk and Audit Committee timed agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, Ms. Hopper, please.
Margaret Brown,
Aye.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jason Perez,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley,
Excused.
Lynn Paquin for Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have all ayes, with a motion being made by David Miller, seconded by Margaret Brown, with Shonda Wesley being excused for agenda item 2, approval of the April 19, 2021 Risk and Audit Committee timed agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. Third item on the agenda is the executive report. Ms. Timberlake Diamano.
Thank you. And I'll note that it is not morning as well. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members and board members. Marlene Timberlake Diadamo, CalPERS team member. The action item for your consideration today is the 2021 to 2022 annual plans for both enterprise compliance and enterprise risk management. These plans continue to focus on enhancing compliance and risk management functions through the enterprise's integrated approach. The next Risk and Audit Committee meeting is scheduled for June 15th, 2021, and includes the Office of Audit Services Plan for 2021 to 2022, the Independent Auditor's Annual Plan, first reading of the approval to submit proposed amendments to the Conflict of Interest Code to the Office of Administrative Law, the Annual Compliance Report for 2021, and the Enterprise Risk Management Framework Review. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes my report, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to item 4, approval of the February 17 Risk and Audit Committee meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second. Ms. Brown, second. Is there any discussion?
Quick.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick observation, minor corrections on the minutes. On several, my name is misspelled. Should be R-U-F-F, 2 Fs. Minor stuff.
Okay. Always important to get the name spelled correctly.
Apologize for that. We'll make sure to fix it.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other discussion? Ms. Hopper, if you'd call the roll.
Think you're muted, Pam.
I apologize.
Philip asking me.
Margaret Brown.
Aye.
Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma.
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jason Perez,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley,
Excused.
Lynn Paquin for Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have a motion being made by David Miller, seconded by Margaret Brown. All ayes, with Shonda Wesley being excused. For item 4A, approval of the February 17, 2021 Risk and Audit Committee meeting minutes.
All right. That takes us to item number 5. I have a request to pull 5C for further discussion. Is there any other requests for any 5A, B, D, or E to be pulled for further discussion? Seeing none, we will move forward to 5C and ask Ms. Brown, do you want to start with your question, or would you like to have staff to give a report first?
No, seeing that we're late in the hour, I'll just ask my questions. So Ms. D'Adamo, my questions, I'm 5C attachment 1. I'm looking at page 1 of 1, my very favorite little bar graph that talks about compliance. And I see that the employers still have quite a few outstanding, greater than 2 to 3 years. There's 23 outstanding compliance items that are greater than 2 to 3 years old. And I'm wondering if you can just tell us what the complication is in getting those 2 to 3 year old items resolved. That's a long time.
Okay, I think I might be on mute. Am I on mute?
No, I can hear you.
Can hear you.
Okay. Okay. So this is the audit. This is the audit report, and I guess my question really is to see if Ms. Shapui is actually on the line.
This would be. I would promote Anthony Sweeney, Marlene.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Hi, Miss Brown. This is Anthony Sweeney.
Wait, did you hear my question?
I did. Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you, Anthony Sweeney, CalPERS team. And just in regards to those aged audits, so many of those were approaching our 1-year time frame when COVID hit. And so we were working with the employers, and then they all kind of dispersed from the office. And since then, we've been working diligently with them to attempt to resolve those issues. We've been giving them quite a leeway since then, and the new ones that came about shortly before then had also become aged during the time of COVID. These items are, they're typically reporting items where they need to go back and they had findings that Ms. Shapui's team had identified as issues and needed to correct. And they need to back out several years of data, and without their teams being around in the office, we've been working with them, trying to help them, assisting them in some cases, but many of these have become aged further than typically we would have allowed or done or approved. So we've been taking a bit softer stance, but we have ramped up our enforcement, letting them know about the dates that we need these to be resolved by. Most of them have given us dates, and we follow up in the coming year. I don't have the dates on each of the outstanding.
No, that's
findings.
fine. Yeah, the question I think we see those employers on the next page, because that's what one of the resolutions I got from asking to have the ones that are aged more than 1 year on a sheet. So you've attached them. You've attached them for us. My concern is when I look at almost all of these, it's the pay rate is reported incorrectly or the pay schedule is not in compliance. And my concern is that if any of these employees are retiring, they're going to maybe get a miscalculated retirement benefit because this is not fixed. And then what I don't want them doing is ultimately going to court, going to ALJ, and then coming back to the board and having the board have to say what the heck happened. So those are my concerns, that the payroll, and I get it. I did payroll for 6 months. It was a terrible job. I never did it again. And it's a very hard job and it's low paying. So I get why there's all these issues, but I'm glad to hear that we're staying on top of it. And that
I can provide you some reassurance as well. Each of these accounts on these particular audit findings have a hold on them, so that prior to going into retirement, we review each of these accounts and get the individual account record corrected prior to a member going into retirement. So for your specific concerns, we have addressed that in the meantime.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney, because I know that the board as a whole does not like to have those issues coming up to us. So I'm glad to hear that. And then my other issue is not for you, Mr. Sweeney, I don't think, and that's on the financial statement. It's just one open item, and I'm just wondering if I could get Ms. D'Adamo or someone on the staff to talk to us about the review of financial statement classifications. Observation 1 and sort of why this one hasn't been. It says it will be implemented by September of 2021. I just kind of want to understand what's going on with this finding.
Okay. Do we have Mr. Cohen in the room? There he is.
I am here. Can you help me and point me to the page number, please?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
That's okay.
It's 18 of 95 in my board book. I don't know if that helps you.
That does.
3, page 1 of 1. And it looks like it's the only outstanding audit item from BDO. So I don't remember this coming up as an issue. I know that we had an issue with the real estate and the $580,000 that we didn't apply the decrease in value. So I remember that issue, but I don't remember this one.
Right. We definitely have not had nearly the same level of discussion.
So I'm not exactly sure what this means and how it's getting resolved.
Right.
So go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, why don't we have BDO address that the next time they're in front of the committee, if that works for you.
That's perfect. And if no one else is concerned, you can just send me an email about it. I just don't remember talking about this finding, and I'm just curious as to if it's not talked about, then I would think it would be resolved by now. So
fair enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that's it.
Thank you for that question, and we will address that in committee action and ask that there be a report on that coming back at our next meeting.
Yeah. Well, with that, I would move 5A through E.
Is there any discussion? Ms. Hopper, if you call roll on 5A through E.
Madam Chair, these are information consent items.
So we don't need a motion. Thank you.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
6A is an action item. It is the Enterprise Compliance and Risk Management Plans, and we have a joint presentation by Ms. Timberlake Diamano and Mr. Grimes, and I look forward to that presentation.
Yes, hi, thank you. Good afternoon again. Marlene Timberlake Diamano, CalPERS team member. So at this April meeting, this is the second time that we've done this in April, and going forward, we'll continue to do this in April. This is our annual plans for compliance and risk management. Typically, we've done it in June, but we brought it forward to be in April, and we think that gives us a little bit more time to work on the plan and to be a little bit ahead. So what you have in front of you are the compliance and the risk plans. I'll speak a little bit to the compliance plan. Forrest will speak to the risk plan, and then we can take any questions if there are any questions. Thank you. So what we have is our focus is going to be on risk management. That is one of the 5 themes, as you know, in the strategic plan, and where compliance most often fits in terms of the actions that we do. We have several objectives that we've listed in terms of objectives and deliverables for moving forward on our compliance activities for 21-22. And if you look at the particular initiatives, we have listed some of the deliverables that we are planning to do as part of this 2021-22 fiscal year. And I think I'm being told that maybe you guys are getting some feedback. Is that true? I can turn my camera off if that's the case.
No, you're fine, Marlene.
Okay, thanks. So I'll stop here and see if anyone has any questions about the compliance plan.
Are there any questions for Ms. Timberlake Diamano? All right.
Okay.
You're going to hand it off to Mr. Grimes, or?
Yes, we can hand it off to Mr. Grimes.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Marlene. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, members of the board, Forrest Grimes, CalPERS team. Item 6A also includes the Enterprise Risk Management Division 2021-22 work plan, which you can find on pages 94 and 95 of your materials. Really, some highlights include assisting the CFO and ALM oversight through facilitation of the Asset Liability Management Advisory Committee, advancing our strategic plan goal of cultivating a risk-intelligent organization by collaborating with CalPERS programs to complete our annual risk assessments, and then update and present our dashboard, profiles, heat map, and developing risks to the committee in November. Partnering with our Enterprise Strategy and Performance Division to more fully integrate risk management practice into enterprise strategy, completing and submitting our State Leadership Accountability Act, or SLAY report, to the Department of Finance by December 31st, continuing to educate all team members on the importance of their role in risk management, and enhancing enterprise data governance by leading enterprise data management business plan initiatives, and finally, overseeing CalPERS business insurance portfolio to verify adequate coverage exists for risk transfer strategies. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to send it back to you to see if you have any questions.
All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Grimes? I want to thank Mr. Grimes and Ms. Timberlake Diamano. I know that in preparation for this plan, they reached out and worked collaboratively in developing the plan for the 2 different programs. I think that's a really strong step forward, and my appreciation to you and congratulations.
Thank you.
If there is no discussion, is there a motion to approve item 6A, the Enterprise Compliance and Risk Management Plans?
Motion.
Mr. Miller, or Mr. Perez, excuse me, second?
Second.
Mr. Ruffino. Ms. Hopper, if you'd call roll, please.
Margaret Brown,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jason Perez,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley,
Excused.
thank you, Madam Chair. Lynn Paquin from Petty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have a motion being made by Jason Perez, seconded by Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma. All ayes with Shonda Wesley being excused for item 6A, 2021-22 enterprise compliance and risk management plans.
Thank you. That takes us to item 7A, summary of committee direction. Ms. Timberlake Diamano.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I've recorded one direction, which is to have BDO come back at the next Risk and Audit Committee meeting in June to address the questions around the financial statement audit item that was in the report.
Thank you. With that, we will move to public comment. Mr. Fox? Mr. Fox, do we have any public comment? I seemed. Ms. Hopper, are you able to contact Mr. Fox to determine whether or not we have any public comment?
I don't see him in the room and I've not received word from Cherie.
I have not received anything. This is Cherie.
Okay. I'll give him a call. Hold on.
Okay. Missing a public comment is something we don't want to do.
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will adjourn into closed session. And I will ask everyone to go directly into closed session, and we will reconvene for items 1 through 3 in closed session. It is my understanding that we will return after closed session to open session to adjourn the meeting.
Give everybody another moment or two to get back on here. Okay, we're reconvening in open session, having just completed a closed session. And I don't have anything in front of me here to go by. Do I just, I guess I simply report that we handled our closed session items, and we're back in open session to adjourn. We have no more business to conduct. So hearing no objections, we are adjourned, and we'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. for open session. Okay, thanks everybody. Thanks for those tuning in. Take care.